Hello. Happy Friday. Hi. Hello, hello. I haven't been live for 2 days and I'm sad. Hello, I've missed you guys. I hope you guys had a wonderful week. It's the weekend. Can you guys see me and hear me? Let me know. Catching up on true crime. There is so much to catch up on. So much. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, welcome everyone. I'm sorry I'm late. I apologize. I came straight from work. I saw Laura in here earlier. Hello, Laura. I saw Patty. Patty was going to try to stay awake. Which. Hello, my love. I saw Robert. Hello, Robert. I like your channel. Thank you. Hello, number 7. Let the weekend begin. Yes, exactly. And hello, Panda Bear. Okay, there's so much going on. There's Karen Reed trial, which I'm behind on, but we're doing a Karen Reed marathon tomorrow. And then there's the Diddy trial, which I'm going to cover a lot of the content of that tonight. Bryan Kohberger, Idaho 4. And then there's like a couple other true crime cases that I want to play that are on like law and crime that I thought were interesting, but definitely going to get into the Diddy trial. Wow. I'm not sure if you guys are into that. Let me know. Are you guys into it or are you more into the Karen Reed? We can watch Karen Reed tonight if you guys want. I'm super down because I'm also like really behind on that. So I'm gonna do a Karen Reed marathon tomorrow and get caught up, like just like all day, even if it's the last thing I do, because I'm so behind and I really don't want to be. So don't tell me what happens. We're gonna be starting. I think I'm on like 9 or 10. I'm a little behind. Oh, thank you, Witch. It's crazy. Jules, you made it. Hi, Jules. What's crazy? Thank you, Witch. That's very nice of you. The Karen Reed trial or the P. Diddy trial? P. Diddy, love Diddy, Sean. I mean, whatever his name is. I was never really a fan of Diddy. I liked him when like back in the Aaliyah era, but then now I feel like he had a lot to do with that, in my opinion. But I didn't really like him much at all. So how do we feel about this? Like, how do you feel? Do you think he's completely guilty of it? Do you think that Kathy, she's 100% a victim, but they're trying, like, I know some of the stuff that's out today, they're saying that like she was, replying back to him in text messages, basically being complicit. I don't think that's cool, but to each their own. Everyone's welcome to their own opinion. But I definitely think she's a victim, and I think she's doing amazing up there. And I'm shook. She's 8.5 months pregnant. I thought she was going to go into labor up there. But how do we feel? How do we feel about that? Oh, thank you, Jules. I'm so behind on it, but we're gonna get caught up tonight. K-Braze. Hey, K-Braze. Yes, it is Buzzball night. I've had a week. Like, it's just been a weird week. I don't know. How do you guys feel? Let's talk. I don't know. It's been just a very busy week, and I haven't streamed as much, so maybe that's why I felt a little off. I'm like, I'm missing my true crime. Right, consent. You know what, and I don't judge her. To each their own. Whatever you like to do. What I meant by like, I do think she's a victim. I do believe a lot of what she's saying. Like if you followed the whole thing, I think like in general, just anybody, like the whole Aaliyah thing, the Kim Porter thing, the Blue Cantrell thing, the Danny D. Kane thing. I don't know about the whole Justin Bieber because I thought he said something today about not being a victim. There's a whole thing there. And who else? Who am I missing? Oh, like there's the males too, that have said stuff. But those are like the main ones that I think that I've been like into the music and stuff like in that era. I don't know. Mistrial? Guilty? I'm just wondering like if Cassie's under like immunity or something. Because I was just thinking like, could they charge her for stuff? Like, I don't know. Question mark? It's very wild. And I also, of course, we don't get to watch it. So like that kind of sucks super bad. I don't like the whole like reading. I do like to like read on here, but like reading the transcripts is obviously so much more different than watching it, right? And then we don't even have, I think, the full transcripts of this. I didn't get them, so I couldn't find them. But I know maybe some other creators might have it. But we're gonna watch Law and Crime. I know, like, I was gonna name a couple of creators, but I know a ton of people are covering the Diddy, and of course, everyone's covering the Karen Reed still. Which one are you more into? And are you down for a Karen Reed marathon tomorrow to get caught up? What do we think about Diddy? Let me know. Grab your buzz balls, whatever it is you need. We're gonna start with. I'm gonna play a clip of this TikTok Latina star from Mexico, and she gets shot in her salon. I don't know. Have you guys seen that on TikTok or anything? It's wild. She's just sitting there and someone comes in and shoots her. Allegedly, it was her boyfriend or her ex-boyfriend, or he hired someone to do it. I don't really know what's going on, but it's intense because it was full blown on TikTok. Now it's down though, I think, and her whole profile is gone. But there's like clips of it on YouTube. So we're gonna watch that, and then we're gonna watch the Bryan Kohberger hearing. I don't know how long it is, but we're gonna watch that for sure. And then we'll get into Diddy. I have like a ton of other stuff I want to cover, but I figured it's Friday night. Let's hang out. Let's have some drinks. Let's chill out. I'm reading horrible, horrible. He gives a predator. Who? Diddy? Okay, let's get started. This is the TikToker that I was just telling you guys about. It's in Spanish, but really all the reporter says is like she the female, she's 23 years old. She owns a beauty salon, and allegedly someone is like going to drop, someone shows up at the salon and is going to give her like a gift, like drop off a gift. And I believe she wasn't there. And then she comes to she arrives, and the person ends up like coming back, and they like the person walks into the salon, and he asks her in Spanish, like, "Oh, are you Valeria?" And she's like, "Yeah." And then she just gets shot. He shoots her, and unfortunately she passes from these, you know, shotgun gun wounds. And so I don't know what kind of gun it was. But she allegedly, like in the TikTok, I think originally there was like blood everywhere, and it was just like super bad. But I don't know. I didn't see it, so allegedly. But we got the part where you can like see her get shot. I think they cut out the part with the blood, maybe. Probably because it was on live on TikTok. I'm like, yeah, they would redact that or cut that out, right? But no, there's nothing funny about what happened. I'm just saying like the whole redacting thing. But it's awful. So you're not gonna understand if you don't speak Spanish what they're saying, but it's okay because I just told you everything I said. I think you can probably, I don't know why I didn't find a clip in English. I don't think I found very many. Oh yeah, all of them. Jules is like, they're all horrible. Hey Dink. Baby kill. Baby? Who's that? His wife, and set up all in order to be his nanny? Who's Baby? Am I confused? Wait, what? All in order to be with the nanny? Why am I spacing on who you're talking about right now? Which? Okay, here we go. Hey, Sergey. Oh, sorry. Okay, here we go. This is the TikToker I was just talking about.
Ya viene. Hola. Sí.
Am I lagging?
Una imagen muy fuerte, impactante. Es el momento en el que asesinaron a sangre fría a una joven de solo 23 años en Zapopan, en Jalisco, y todo quedó grabado en video. Ella era Valeria Marquez, creadora de contenido en TikTok, y esto es lo que se sabe hasta ahora de su feminicidio.
From Jalisco, sorry. And yes, she was the TikTok star. Like I said, she's just basically introducing that she's a 23-year-old TikTok like influencer. Oh, you've seen this, Jules?
No, sí. Hola. Sí.
I'm shook.
Así fue asesinada la TikToker Valeria Márquez mientras hacía una transmisión en vivo en su cuenta de TikTok. Al momento de la agresión, Valeria estaba en su estética en la colonia Real del Carmen Grand en Zapopan, Jalisco. Se encontraba esperando a una persona quien horas antes había preguntado por ella con la intención de entregarle un regalo.
Güey, a lo mejor me iban a matar, güey.
No, era a decir un regalo, pero no sabía que no era como sorpresa. Y
Un regalo costoso.
Valeria tenía 23 años y más de 100,000 seguidores en TikTok.
I'm sure I could have found this in
Su cuenta
English.
ya no está disponible. Comenzó a subir contenido en 2021 y el material era principalmente sobre ella. Fotografías y videos con canciones en tono de humor.
You're like, what?
Pero me voy a hacer
Are they saying?
Ayuda.
Aún se desconocen las causas de su asesinato y no hay detenidos. Pero hace unos días, ella compartió mensajes.
Okay, so basically they're saying no one's been arrested. Well, I don't know when this came out, but I think it was like a day or two ago. No one's been arrested. They're saying they don't have any suspects. I don't believe that because in these posts, she basically is saying that her boyfriend, if something happens to her, to like look at her boyfriend. So, I don't know.
En sus historias de Instagram, responsabilizando a su expareja de cualquier cosa que le pasara a ella o a su familia.
She's like, whatever
Dio
happens
una
to me,
conversación de
or
WhatsApp con
something
dichas
happens to me.
amenazas y en otra historia recordó una anécdota sobre la conducta agresiva de su expareja.
Ya viene.
No, sí.
She's like, he's coming.
Hola. Sí.
Yeah, I think so too, Jules.
Trágico momento que quedó registrado así en redes sociales, como veíamos ella 3 años en Zapopan.
Is that insane? Did you guys see that? I know it doesn't really show like that well, but you see her like falling over, being shot. I think her friends had something to do with it. Yeah, Jules. I think it's very odd how like she says that someone showed up right before she got there. My God, I know. Her friends comes around and just shuts the live off. Yeah, and she said like, oh, someone came looking for you. And I'm like, that's random. And the gift thing, I'm like, maybe if it was like someone she was dating, I don't know. Yeah, that was brutal. I'm still like shook on that. Okay, let's get started. Okay, before we get started on the Bryan Kohberger trial, I want to play the new Ashley Banfield episode. I love her. Hi, Fluffs. It was. Was it like gang related, maybe? I'm from California. So, I don't live in Mexico, no. The girl from there is from Mexico. They do speak Spanish. Okay, so we're going to watch the Banfield because allegedly in this Bryan Kohberger case, you know how we were talking about last week, how I couldn't get the Dateline episode pulled up? Well, allegedly someone leaked information to Dateline. So now that's like a whole thing. And, you know, that really sucks because it takes away from the integrity of the case and against Bryan. Like, they're leaking this stuff, and that's just, sure, it gives us like more information about the case, but sorry, my English. But then could they use that to get him off, you know, the DP and would it end up benefiting his case in the end, right? Like, I just think like, ugh, who leaked the stuff? I haven't watched anything on it. I just saw like a couple people go live about it. And so I'm like, okay, I would definitely want to get caught up on that. Then we'll watch the hearing. I already swiped out. Gang. Oh, someone said, right. Mm-hmm. They're saying that her friend knew what was coming for her. Yeah, that's what Jules and I were just saying. Yeah. So we think the friend's complicit. That's sad. Okay. Let's get started on, I want to hear what Ashley Banfield has to say. We played her last week too. I really like her channel. I'll link it too. Hopefully she will get justice. I'm afraid that she might not. Like, who are they gonna, and it's Mexico too. Like, things are so, well, it's Jalisco, but still it's different out there, like with the justice system and the gangs and the cartels, et cetera, right? It really is a real thing out there.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious. I always say it. I say this thing that was brought up today was the effect about it. So this was supposed to be the last hearing. Talk to you about it. I had to talk to Bryan Enton about it. So this was supposed to be the last hearing in the Kohberger case before the trial starts this summer. And it was not. It was not because of all the things that
I really can't wait for this trial. We're watching a little update on the Bryan Kohberger Dateline leaked information before we get started on the hearing. Just FYI.
were brought up in the hearing. The biggest thing that was brought up today was the effect of the Dateline NBC 2-hour special that revealed so much sourced information about the case last week that suddenly everybody on the case is at Twitter, like freaking out. Ann Taylor, Bryan Kohberger's lawyer, not happy about what was revealed in the Dateline documentary. The judge in the case, Judge Hippler, not happy that there is a leak, that somehow evidence in this case leaked despite an airtight gag order, right? It's been 2.5 years we've been under this gag order. We barely found.
Yeah, somebody said something about Lefty. I know who that is. Yeah. Not sure. Who are you guys talking about? Okay.
Found out anything. We always have to wait for a court document to drop for us to really get, legitimate information. But Dateline was just filled with details. Let me just go over a couple in case you didn't see it or if you need a refresher. Dateline had images from Bryan Kohberger's phone, images of college girls from Washington State University and Idaho, University of Idaho. Some talk that there are connections between those girls and the victims in the house. Also, surveillance video of the white car circling 1122 King Road on the night the murders actually happened, back and forth, coming back and almost making a bunch of different circles around the house, chickening out, coming back, chickening out, coming back. Dateline had those images. How about this? Searches that Bryan Kohberger allegedly made, searches for porn with really twisted words connected like forced, passed out, drugged. Also searches that involved Ted Bundy, a serial killer. And not only that, but selfies that Bryan Kohberger took of him wearing a black hood after the murders. And then there was his obsession with coverage of the murders at 1122 King Road. These were all the things and more that Dateline was able to get from a source. But who was the source?
I feel like we don't know who the source is, but I feel like there's so much more to this case that we still don't know about. Like, I don't know. Did they pull all the records, like all the text messages, all of that, like all the social media stuff, like going back years for the girls? Like, did they do that? Because I feel like Bryan was actually stalking them, and I feel like there must have been some connection somewhere, whether it was like intentional or not. Like, I just feel like we're missing something here. And I feel some way about like the whole roommate ordeal. I know, don't come for me. Please do not come for me. I don't know. Something about that just doesn't feel right to me, but I also feel like it was, it's clearly a horrific case. So, I don't know. I just think like, I always thought there was someone else involved. I don't know why, but I figure if there was someone else involved, Bryan would clearly reveal that information, right? So I don't know. I think there's just a lot we don't know. Hey, Dustin. No, it's not, Jules. It's 6:17 a.m. for me. Oh. It's only 8:19 p.m. in Cali right now.
Well, this hearing today drilled down on that. The judge in the case wants an investigation, a special prosecutor to go over all the people involved in the prosecution and the police, all of their outgoing emails.
Out of jealousy.
In fact, the judge said, put a freeze.
I think he did it out of jealousy and obsession. And like maybe he has like some mental health condition.
Do not delete any of your digital information because we are going to investigate where this information leaked out today.
Not anything that's been out, like maybe.
I talked to a prominent Idaho lawyer who said she would not be surprised if Ann Taylor and the defense team for Bryan Kohberger put a motion forward in this court to say either dismiss these charges because the jury pool's been tainted by all this leaked evidence outside the gag order, or I want that evidence that was listed in the Dateline documentary thrown out of the trial. Holy cow. Could it be possible that everything we learned in the Dateline special may end up being pulled from the case because it wasn't supposed to be leaked?
See?
All really good questions.
See what I just said? It's messing it all up. And is this like... Wait, now I'm thinking like, was that intentional? Like, is there someone... Yeah, who leaked that? Like, I wonder if it's someone who's trying to get the case tainted. You know what I mean? I'm technically still looking. Is what AI? Ashley Branfield? Hey, Cat Rondo. Meow. Where have you been? New York? Yeah, I know it's late for you guys. It's like almost midnight. Bless your hearts for being here. Thank you. We're hanging out. We're just having a good time.
Because they're down to the nitty-gritty on planning
talking
for the trial
about
this summer.
things.
I had a very extensive conversation with Bryan Enton about it. Here's our chat. So, Bryan, what are the odds that this Dateline special, which we all were so engrossed by, right? Just the details in it. What are the odds that those details may come back to sort of smack the actual case, that there's a possibility those pieces of evidence might actually get excluded from the case?
I mean, I would be shocked, Ashley, if those pieces of evidence got excluded from the case. They're obviously big parts of the case. I can't see the judge throwing those pieces of evidence out. Is it going to make it more complicated finding a jury? Yes. And it was already going to be hard because so many people know about this case, not only around the country, but especially in Idaho. And the judge pointed out in his motion that he filed when he was so upset.
You live in Mexico,
wants an investigation. He pointed out that it's going to cost taxpayer money. He said what Dateline did is going to cost the taxpayers of Latah County because he thinks it's going to make jury selection that much harder.
Yeah, you can't blame Dateline. I mean, we're journalists, right? You stick a gag order on a case that is of such massive public importance.
I haven't watched it either. Someone let me get the hookup on the Peacock login. I do not have Peacock. I don't know. Do they do like a free trial or something? Because other than that, I don't want to pay. Like, let's talk too, because I realized the other day, like Netflix is like $20. Oh, I think I talked about this already. Not me, just going off my Netflix. Netflix is like $20. I think when I originally signed up in like 2012, it was like $9.99 or like something like that, right? $7.99, $8.99, and I'm like $20. Really? Netflix? And then they try to get me for my Gabby Petito live. If you haven't watched my lives and you're new to my channel, I do cover true crime. We just hang out here at night, catch up. But like during the day, most of the time I do deep dive true crime. I have a whole Gabby Petito playlist, and I did a Gabby live, and that Netflix came for me because I was playing the content that doesn't even belong to Netflix because it's body cam footage from the police department. So I had to like do a whole thing with Netflix about that, which is so lame. So I didn't want to pay $20 a month. But I also don't own Peacock. So let me know which streaming service you like so I can get involved. I do like Apple TV. I've recently, not that I have much time to watch TV ever, but I do like the Jake Gyllenhaal show on there. Love that show. Why can't I remember? It's going to bug me. I'm going to have to look at my phone in a second and let you guys know. Then also, if you, I know here I am talking shit about Netflix, but I do like Netflix. Don't get me wrong. It's like a love-hate relationship type of thing. Sometimes I'm like bored on there, and sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I really like what's going on there. But I didn't know. Okay, you know the Karen Reed trial is happening. One of her defense attorneys, Alan Jackson. Love me some Alan Jackson. He was involved in the case, the Phil Spector case. Did you guys know that? And there's a show on Netflix, and Alan Jackson is on that Netflix show. And I was shook. I did not know. I was listening to it while, I don't know, I was doing something, and I had Netflix on in the background. Oh, I think I was at work. And I had Netflix on because I rewatched the Gabby Petito documentary. And so then I saw that this came up on my recommended. And so I clicked on it, and it was the Phil Spector. I think that's who it is. His case. And I didn't know Alan Jackson was in that Netflix documentary. I'm going off on a tangent here. But anyways, let's get back to the Ashley Banfield. So anyways, I went on a rant tangent because I was talking about Peacock. This Dateline episode, I think, is on Peacock, right? I haven't seen it on Netflix. So if you know the hookup, let me know. I might just have to pay for Peacock because it's probably worth it. Many people don't have time, so they should be able to pick a jury. That's true, Odie. Oh, it's on Hulu? Girl, it's almost 30 now. Oh, so really? Is that how much it is? I thought I saw like 20 or something. I'm hooked on body cam footage. I have a lot of it. So my very first case that I covered was the Ashley Bocanegra case. Please go back and support. It was like my first step, like content. So don't judge a girl. All right. But I love her case, and I think I did pretty good. And I have a lot of good body cam footage on that case. So please go back and watch that. I have a playlist. I have lots of body cam footage. I have the Courtney Clenny. I have, there's a lot. We love documents and body cam footage here. We do. We're nerds here. I don't know how to do that, Jules. Peacock, it's not that great. It had this year for you. It kept dropping, closing. Oh, I saw that. I searched Netflix for 20 minutes looking for something. Yeah, Netflix kind of bores me sometimes. Obsessed with the Reed case. Okay, Odie, we're doing a Reed marathon tomorrow so I can finally get caught up because I keep saying I'm going to get caught up and I don't because I've been busy working. But we're going to do a Karen Reed marathon. So bring your popcorn, bring your vape, bring your drink. Well, I don't enforce that. I'm just saying, bring whatever you need. We're going to watch Karen Reed all day tomorrow until I get caught up. We definitely can figure it out. Okay, enough of me ranting. Back to Bryan Kohberger.
You're just going to force us to try to get sources elsewhere. I mean, it's another argument against
like around lunchtime
because it causes this problem. But then again, I guess the information that was released is the information they wanted gagged. It's sort of a catch-22. But so I did read a comment from Edwina Elcox, who's a regular attorney that we interview on my News Nation show, that she, and as an Idaho attorney, she said, I would not be surprised if Bryan Kohberger's defense team and Taylor, the lead, put in a motion to have all of that evidence excluded as a curative measure to try to fix the jury pool tainting that just happened with that 2-hour special.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will. I mean, they've put in motions to have all of the evidence excluded already. They're looking for any little thing they can. I guess what I just think back to, and you've covered a gazillion, jury selections. I mean, they're going to find people who don't know all of those details, hopefully, whether the stuff was on Dateline or not. And that was a big part of what they talked about in the hearing that I was in today here in Boise, Idaho, is, they're going to create this juror questionnaire. So not the voir dire, but before that, when they're going to bring these pools of jury potential jurors in, they're going to give them a questionnaire that they're going to fill out to weed them out from the very beginning. And then those questionnaires are going to go back to these rooms in the back where the defense and prosecution are, and they're just going to immediately start weeding people out. So is this going to make it harder? Yes. But do I think I think they can find jurors. They find them for all these cases. I mean, we're in the crime world. We're obsessed. There's a lot of people that are just going about life around here that have probably just heard of Bryan Kohberger and that 4 college kids were killed. But beyond that, they don't know all the ins and outs.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And that's something that I always bring up.
Am I lagging? I'm like, that's kind of bugging me. Or no, is everything good on your guys' end, or is it just me? Man, days is not enough to show I care. About me, Karen? No, I'm just kidding. What are you talking about? Let me know.
With the gag order issue, I think, look, you assume that every piece of information is going to be gobbled up by the entire population in the jury pool.
Wait,
that's
really?
not always the case. There's a lot of people out there who watch zero.
So, like, you can't hear me, Torta? Oh, the old Beatles tune. I think it's good. Okay. Well, can you hear me now, Torta? Torta? Huh? Wait. Are you messing with me? Wait, what?
True crime. I don't know who they are, but
yeah.
but I do think that finding a jury in this particular case in Idaho is actually going to be hard. It's not about have you heard, right? Because everybody's going to have heard something. It's like OJ. It's can you be fair? And this is not DIDDY. This is not something that doesn't really affect you. This affected everybody.
You guys are saying that people on the thing? I wonder if it's because it's like pre-recorded on their end. Maybe. Let me refresh. I don't like that when it's off, like you can't like the mouth doesn't match to the voice. I actually really don't like that. Okay. It's like there's a delay. That's better. Okay, well, I'm trying to fix it because we're going to be watching a lot of stuff tonight, so I want to make sure it's good. If not, I'll have to like restart it, but I refreshed it, so hopefully it's a little better. Keep it like that. Keep it like what? Wait. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see if this is better.
Right? Because everybody's going to have heard something. It's like OJ. It's can you be fair? And this is not DIDDY. This is not something that doesn't really affect you. This affected everybody. They were so blown away by the horror. It was like a Manson kind of attack. It was, it was a Truman Capote in cold blood kind of attack. It made no sense. It made us all fear that we could be randomly picked like that.
Yeah.
So I feel like there are jurors in Idaho who felt like their innocence was stolen by this, so they're angry. So that it might be harder to find jurors because it comes down to, can you be fair? I know you've heard about it, but can you be fair? And I think a lot of them will say, no, I want to see him fry.
When there's 2 other components too that are going to make it really hard. Number one, a 3-month trial. I mean, a 3-month trial. So you've got to find people that are willing to give up their lives for
3-month trial. I can barely keep up with the Karen Reed trial. Like, I have been working a lot lately just because but that's not going to be forever type thing. A 3-month trial? Wait, is that how long though? How long is the first Karen Reed trial? I'm trying to think. Definitely wasn't 3 months, right?
3 months, and he gave the schedule today, 8:30 a.m. to 3:45 in the afternoon, and he was ending at 3:45 because if you had errands to run and you had to go to the bank or go to something, you have that hour, and then you got to be back the next day for 3 months. And then he said, I don't plan on sequestering the jurors, but I'm not going to rule that out. And he said it a couple of times. He said, I don't want to say for sure no. As of now, I'm not planning on it. So that means that if something crazy happens during the trial, which happens where there's a juror that gets some information or something weird happens, he could decide to sequester them like a month in, and suddenly they're in a hotel.
Well, let me tell you something. I think it's the worst thing you could possibly do is have a...
I think they need to be sequestered 3 months. Sorry, jurors, you need to be sequestered. I think there's so much. This is one of the biggest cases in true crime. I think they need to be sequestered. I thought they needed to be in the first Karen Reed trial. Wait, or was that? What trial did they not sequester was that the first trial that they didn't sequester in Karen Reed? Sequester me. Oh, caramba. A bazillion days of trial, wake up, sleep, right. Well, he's getting rich on YouTube. I wish, torta pounder. I wish. Okay.
3-month trial with sequestered jurors. You're too young to have been around for the OJ case, the 9-month sequestration, where the jurors were so mad that they were stuck for 9 months. They arrived with their verdict under 4 hours, right, of deliberations with their bags packed. They arrived at the courthouse to deliver their verdict with their bags packed as a big FU, to the system and to the process. So I just think you're really limiting your jury pool
help me.
if you tell them they're going to be sequestered for 3 months.
Yeah, no, fair. And he said today too, well, if we end up sequestering, we're going to go much longer than 3:45. Actually, this judge, Judge Hippler, like, he means business. Like, he is a strict, intense man compared to Judge in Moscow, who just seemed like a nice guy. And like, I saw him outside the courthouse. Hey, buddy, this guy is like, I mean, you don't break the rules. He went through a whole day of rules today. He told the attorneys, you will address each other as Mr. and Miss throughout the trial. And I know that this is going to get tense. It's 3 months, but you won't forget, and you will be polite, and you will say Mr. and Miss for the full 3 months.
I don't know. It should say join, or it should let you go into, you might have to go into like my actual profile and go into like the membership tab. I know because we're on a vertical, so maybe it won't let you on the vertical. I'm not sure. I'll drop the link though. Plus, she said we gotta jump in. I don't know. What he about
said he said if you turn the lights off to use the overhead projector, you're not going to turn the lights back on because that's distracting. So you have to make a decision. Do you want the lights off for the day or for a while, or do you want the lights on? Like, that's how detailed he was. That's seating, nuts. I mean, the seating, he wants like an exact seating chart and how, I mean, so this guy is not playing around. That's why when people are like, oh, do you think the trial's going to get delayed? Like, no, it's not getting delayed. This man is like, he is sticking to the schedule.
Well, I get it, but it's death penalty and it's complicated. And you can't just be a stickler for scheduling if there are legitimate issues that come up in a death penalty case. Period. End of sentence. You don't want a mistrial based on something you screwed up because you rushed to the courthouse. You don't want a mistrial because you screwed up and you didn't take
they don't want a mistrial because people leaked information.
Caution to make sure that it wouldn't be an appellate issue later, which throws out your long sought after trial result. You think that people are going to be poisoned by Dateline? Wait until you have a mistrial and a retrial. Like, ask the Karen Reed jurors and lawyers and judge how frustrating it is for them.
By the way, if any of you missed it, Karen Reed marathon tomorrow because my ass needs to get caught up.
Them, to have a retrial based on a trial that was, completely played out already in the public. Yeah. So, I love the fact that he's a stickler for rules. It's great. But he also has to know there's a death penalty at stake here. So he's just got to accommodate for all of the possibilities. And I really believe, honestly,
really,
Bryan,
Sarah, one of your little sister's best friends with one of the victims in the Idaho 4 case? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope your little sister's okay.
And Taylor has thrown in motion after motion that I thought was nuts. And I don't think this one would be nuts if she said that Dateline has poisoned this pool. I want this evidence pulled from the trial. I would not be surprised.
Yeah, I won't be surprised either, but I would be surprised if he threw it out this late in the game. And it's important stuff. I mean, it seems,
it's so important.
You don't think it might push?
I just said that. Is it going to taint the case and they're going to remove the death penalty or a mistrial or something because of it? Sucks.
The start date though from the 11th of August?
I really don't. I'm telling you this, the way that he is just he is crossing his I's and crossing his T's, dotting it out. I don't know. And the way that they talked today about he wants to know where the witnesses are staying, what hotels, he wants to know where the lawyers are staying because he's going to have a hotel on standby in case he has to sequester, and then with the Airbnbs where the victims are staying. Like, I just don't see them setting all of that up. And you're right. I mean, if a legitimate issue comes up, the law is the law. But he wants to, I mean, they've already, what days he's going to have off, he announced today in the 3 months. Like, he's got it figured out.
I wish he took my summer schedule into.
I know. I brought that to him during the lunch break. I said,
I really like Ashley and Bryan.
Okay. The other thing is one of the things he did today to try to accommodate for the Dateline issues.
I need to watch this Dateline.
He decided on 2 additional alternates.
He did. So in court, he never mentioned Dateline in court, but you could tell he was annoyed about leaks, and he talked about a special prosecutor possibly coming on to investigate what happened. But then he said, he was talking about jurors, and he said, I want to add 2 more alternates because of what happened on Friday, which Friday was the Dateline episode. And it didn't really click with me at first. Like, I was kind of like, what is he talking? And then I thought about it and I'm like, oh, he's talking about Dateline. Like, he's thinking they need even more of a backup because all this information got out.
In my many, many decades of being a reporter, I have seen my fair share of, preservation of documents requests, right? You basically get an email from your boss says, don't delete anything. A lawyer has just notified us that we may be sued over a story. So don't delete anything. You're not allowed to delete. The other side has said, don't you delete anything because we're going to subpoena emails, etc. And it sounds to me like a request, to preserve digital information went out to everybody, the police, the prosecutors, everybody. They all have to preserve their emails, their communications with outside agencies because they want to ferret out who leaked. Do you think, though, honestly, do you think they're going to find anybody in Idaho, anybody with the Idaho system, prosecutors and police, that was the source of the leak?
I'm curious what you think. My personal opinion, I thought about this today, is I don't think they're going to figure it out.
I don't think they're going to.
I mean, there's so many people that have been involved in this case since the beginning. Moscow PD. Remember, FBI set up their crime lab. They brought a whole truck and a whole little city into Moscow, and they were all there. There were all sorts of people. Idaho State Police. You've got Pennsylvania State Police from when he got arrested. So I don't know. I mean, are they really going to be able to track it down with all those people? I don't know. I think it's.
What are you going to do? Search Kohberger?
You've had sources. It's like you're very careful to protect the people that are
giving you
information.
Absolutely. You would never email the stuff or text the stuff. You have a.
Oh, that's funny. Irony got a membership. Thank you for gifting, Kat Randall. I appreciate you. He got a membership, Irony. Welcome to Milliverse, Irony. Lucky you. Thank you, Kat Randall.
Conversation. You meet in a garage, deep throat style, you nobody's dumb enough to eat. Well, I shouldn't say nobody's dumb enough, but typically, good sources wouldn't be emailing stuff to a journalist because they know that stuff's traceable. But But it is just sort of, it is interesting that they're going to try to ferret this out, because I'm thinking, okay, well, what does that do? You're spending a lot of time and treasure finding the source of the leak, which you likely never will. And then what?
Or maybe it's just to send a message. Do you think it's to send a message? Look, we got 3 months to go before this trial, like enough. But they've been so tight. I mean, I've been reporting on this. I've gotten to know so many. This is not a
6 months. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Is that how long my channel's been? Oh no, close to almost the whole time. Thanks for being a member, Cat Randall. I appreciate that.
Kind of case you have to figure it out to get information. I mean,
it's been the worst.
It's hard.
What do I have to
figure out? In Idaho, so I don't know. It's it's going to be tricky.
Yeah, is it ever? I don't think they're going to find the source, because I think the source just said something and didn't write something. So preserve all the data that you want, all the emails and texts that you want. I don't think it's going to be in there. Okay, talk to me about this notion in court today where Judge Hippler looked at Bryan Kohberger's lawyers and said, I get it. And I'm going to paraphrase here because this is not the judge.
Okay, we're going to watch the hearing.
Right, I get it. You want to point the finger at someone else to take the heat off of your client, the defendant, Bryan Kohberger. You want to point to someone else being the killer. Well, we all know that you can't just walk into a courtroom and say, I didn't do it, Bryan did it, because it ruins Bryan's life. And if you're only just trying to deflect blame off yourself by ruining others, that ain't just. So you have a higher standard than that. And Judge Hippler has a standard for Bryan Kohberger's lawyers. So first answer, if you would, Bryan, how many alternate suspects are they talking about? One or plural? And then number two, how will we know if they're allowed to start pointing the finger at other people?
Yeah, so they call them alternative perpetrators. That's like the official language here in Idaho. And it's all part of the process. They had until the day before yesterday. They had till yesterday to, which would have been Wednesday, whenever people are listening to this, to file their motion. The defense did about who they believe the alternative perpetrators could be. They filed the motion, and I kept checking the site, kind of knowing that they were probably going to seal it, because like you said, you're suddenly putting names out there of people who haven't officially been accused of anything. So they did file it. It came up in court today. The judge acknowledged that he got the filing and said that, I wrote this down, said he said to the defense, he wants evidence rather than allegations. So he didn't seem to think that it was a meaty enough motion and enough evidence there to say that these people who they believe could have done it that weren't Bryan Kohberger, that there was really any evidence. And he said another hearing now for, I think it's June 18th. It's going to be a secret hearing where the defense can come back and say, here's more info. And ultimately, like, by the way, it's not like then they go arrest these people. They're just trying to be able to bring it up in trial.
Yeah, and create reasonable doubt.
Wait, a secret hearing in June? That's going to give more information. Is that true? Is that what they just said? Super secret. I want to know right now. We can't wait till June. No way. That's crazy. Okay, let's see. Here we go with the hearing. I just want to watch.
My own agenda for what to cover today in the pre-trial motion, and so I'm not sure what you have. I didn't receive any specific motions to cover today, other than I think the ones previously submitted by.
This is the Bryan Kohberger hearing.
Jury.
We thought it was supposed to be the last hearing, but clearly now we have a secret hearing.
To discuss in the public forum what specific
secret
questions
will
be asked of potential
jurors. I want to know now,
because I think that
I'm obsessed with the Bryan Kohberger case.
To get frank and unprepared answers from potential jurors, and so.
Well, let me rephrase that. The case against Bryan Kohberger.
At the end of the day, I think we can talk about it generally without discussing the specifics, but if we need to go there, that's what we will do. Apart from that issue, as what I intend to do is kind of break down the trial process through stages. And as you have issues or questions about whether how to handle something or how the court handles something, that's your opportunity to ask as it relates to that phase of the case.
Does he
we'll
just go over
sort
like
of
trial
proceed
stuff, or
in
do we get new
that,
information at this hearing?
fashion.
Because
So
I want new
starting
information.
with some general issues. I just wanted, and a lot of this is unfortunately going to sound like me simply lecturing about what I want and don't want. And that certainly is a large part of it, because if you know what I expect, and think it makes your job easier. And so I, particularly where I can't recall whether Ms. Massoth has had any trials with me or not, but I know she's been in front of me a
There
few
he
times.
is,
But the rest of you have not.
the
And
alleged
so it's, I think, important
suspect.
that you get that information straight from me rather than from the sources that you may get from asking around. So to start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now.
I'll allow it.
I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed. That includes evidentiary issues. So if you know that.
Speaking of, someone just brought up the OJ case. I'm obsessed with that case too. Why, you know how I was telling you guys at the beginning of the live that Alan Jackson was in that Netflix documentary that I just watched about the Phil Spector case, and I didn't even know. But I think I want to say, if I heard accurately, is that Alan Jackson was working as, I don't know what he was doing in the district attorney's office while the OJ case was happening. Is that true? Like, I had not heard of that, or maybe I didn't know who Alan was before Karen Reed, so maybe that's why it doesn't sound familiar. But yeah, I heard something like that in this documentary, and I was like, Alan Jackson is so good. So good. I've never... Well, yeah. Thanks, Debbie. Yes, please hit that like button. Help your girl out. For sure. Okay, let's see what
to object
is this
to
Hippler?
some line of evidence.
Oh wait, no,
Or
that's
you anticipate that there's going to be objections to a line of evidence. You don't want to wait until that is offered in the middle of trial.
What about the
For a couple of reasons. One, I
What
don't
is
have
this
the
judge's name?
opportunity to look at the issue to the degree that I would want to in order to give you the best ruling that I can. And two, it doesn't give you the opportunity to make the best case for me that you can for
Oh, it is Hippler. I was right. I was getting that one in the Idaho 4 case, or
perhaps even more important than all of that, from my perspective, is
Jules, did you figure it out?
Already going to be an quite lengthy trial. It just extends it, and nothing frustrates jurors more than sitting around in the juror room doing nothing while we're in here doing something. And so that helps guard against that and minimize that amount of downtime that we may have. So we'll have periods, as I will explain to you, before court each day and after court each day, where if you are anticipating issues that are coming up, that's the time to talk about that, not in the middle of the trial itself. I did receive the parties' stipulation regarding how to handle the IGG tip, if you will. I'm fine with that proposed instruction, and so that will be given.
Look at Bryan.
I think I had asked you also to work on instruction related to the use of the terms surrounding touch DNA and other variations about that in the event that I decide to correct somebody about the use of that term. As I said, with respect to the professionals in the DNA community itself, I'm not going to prohibit it in the sense that, I'm going to sustain an objection. What I would likely do is to clarify with the jury, if the parties want me to, about that being simply a convenient title and not meaning to imply an actual source of or method of the DNA being present. And so if you haven't worked on that, please do so to get me an instruction you both can live with. Otherwise, I'll end up drafting one myself and perhaps.
Yeah, is he boring you guys? I'm kind of into it.
With respect to the model, I think referred to
really?
as the dollhouse.
Don't fall asleep with Hitler.
Mr. Thompson, has that been produced for the defense to inspect?
Can you wake you guys up?
It's actually here in this courthouse, has been for a few weeks, and Mr. Herwood facilitated the defense viewing it yesterday.
Okay.
It is available for the court's inspection if the court would like to look at it. And just for the record, to the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization.
Oh my gosh.
If I'm responsible for
the
it,
model was a
assume
dollhouse. Chill out.
That's simply not appropriate way for it to be described, given what occurred there and the victims.
Okay, hold on.
I think a better term is simply a model,
Yes,
rough model, given that it is admittedly not to scale precisely. So, Ms. Taylor, any record about that? You had a chance to look at it?
Your Honor, we did. We were able to bring 2 experts in for our request yesterday, and we appreciated being accommodated while we were here. We do have a remaining question about
Yay,
where
Jules.
the house will be stored.
Thank you, Jules, for becoming a member again.
Where are you storing it, on the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Bueller?
So it sounds like it's stored with the.
Okay. Let's take a pause on this because there is a shortened clip. Like we can get like a summary. I don't want you guys to fall asleep on me. We can watch a summary before we watch Hitler. That way you don't fall asleep. This is on the trial or the hearing that we were just watching. We're gonna go back and watch it though, because I do want to finish watching it. Hey, Mary. Okay, this is Anjanette Levy.
Information that had never been released was leaked to a national news outlet. More on the specifics of that here in a bit. Kohberger's trial for the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students is scheduled to begin in August. Jury selection begins at the end of July. Kohberger maintains his innocence in the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Santa Cornetto, and Ethan Chapin. The case has been watched around the world since news that the 4 college students were murdered in the house on King Road broke in November of 2022. It was a mystery. It was horrifying, and police had few, if any, leads for many weeks. They asked for help from the public, and members of the public obliged, calling in thousands and thousands of tips. Then Bryan Kohberger was arrested and charged in late December of 2022, more than 6 weeks after the murders. There's been a tremendous amount of publicity surrounding the case, so much so that the defense asked to move the trial to Boise, 5 hours south of Moscow. And that request was granted. Preparations for the trial have been underway for months and months, with motions filed. Before I get into how that non-dissemination order was violated and what the judge wants done about this, let's get into what's going to happen at the trial. Judge Hitler has been no nonsense from the start, and he told both sides he doesn't want them wasting the jury's time.
To start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out.
I like that. I'm not a fan of surprises. Don't look into his eyes, and Bryan.
I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed. That includes evidentiary issues.
Oh, I see.
So if you know that you're going to object to some line of evidence, or you anticipate that there's going to be objections to a line of evidence, I don't want to wait until that is offered in the middle of trial. For a couple of reasons. One, I don't have the opportunity to look at the issue degree that I would want to in order to give you the best ruling that I can. And two, it doesn't give you the opportunity to make the best case for me that you can for either
He's like, I don't need to,
overruling.
don't tell me. See, that's why we need to watch
Any
this.
objection. And perhaps even more important than all of that, from my perspective, is in what is already going to be an quite lengthy trial, it just extends it. And nothing frustrates jurors more than sitting around in the juror room doing nothing.
What were you doing?
While we're in here doing something. And so that helps guard against that and minimize that amount of downtime that we may have.
Now, you heard Hippler say he doesn't like surprises, and he also doesn't like nonsense or people making claims that they can't back up. We've seen that in past hearings, and he reminded both sides of that.
Speaking of chicanery, I'm not fond, and you folks know that by now, of making accusations against opposing counsel that are not well-founded and supported by specific actual evidence. I know that you can get along, but I also know that over the course of a trial, particularly a long one, tension rises. And so I remind you of that, to don't talk to each other directly when we're in court, right? When the session's going, everything goes through the court as you know, the protocol with courts generally.
Okay, now I see what you guys were saying about the voice.
Refer to each other by professionally, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, not by first name while we're on the record.
Where were you, Melly?
Again,
working
avoid making accusations
for
that
sugar
you
daddy.
don't have the tickets for, or the receipts for, I should say. And under no circumstances should you make such accusations in front of the jury.
This is another law and crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spine.
Sorry, Depo. I used to work for Big Pharma, sorry.
Plan to sequester the jury, but he's not ruling it out either.
She was with
The sequestered phase, whether that be, for example, in a penalty phase, or earlier in the case, should it become necessary?
No.
I will likely extend the hours of the trial to fill up the jurors' days. Part of the reason to give some time at the end of the day is so that they can do the errands of life that they need to do. But if we are hosting them, so to speak, we don't have to worry about that.
The trial is scheduled for 3 months. That's a long, long time for jurors to potentially be sequestered, and most judges try to avoid that if possible. Then the discussion turned to cameras. Hippler said he plans to stream the trial using the court's cameras.
And Your Honor, as the court is aware, we have, unlike most cases, we have multiple victims here. So we will have multiple victim coordinators to work with separate families. We will coordinate that with Ms. Barrios' office to let her know.
Are you talking about one per family?
Hopefully not like that, but we're going to need to split at least, we're going to need to have at least 2 separate groups.
All right, let's try to keep it as limited as we can, just because seats are at a premium. But
yes, understood.
Right.
Your Honor, may I also ask the court in regard to the live stream from the witness stand? I believe that we mentioned this, at least in passing, in our trial brief. State anticipates that we may have witnesses who, for reasons the court articulated about the other 2 victims, surviving victims, that public live stream where their images could be captured and played games with in the media world. Is it possible for the video of that live stream when they testify to be shut off and just have the audio? We also may have a small number of law enforcement witnesses who also do covert work, and broadcasting their images publicly would be undesirable. We will advise the court. We've asked the agencies to identify anybody in that capacity and to specify the basis, which we'll bring to the court. I just wanted to give Your Honor a heads up.
The defense also had something to say about witnesses being shown on camera.
Your Honor, this case is very high profile, and
Oh
we've
my
had
God,
people who
here
have
we go.
expressed reluctance to talk to us and being willing to testify for similar reasons. I did have a chance to speak with the state this morning, and we agreed that what we'd do is take a look at our entire witness list and
Santa's
try to
already
figure out
showing
people
up?
that might be more sensitive to having their video camera on their face.
He's already
while they
bringing me
testify,
gifts.
and we may
Been
approach
that
the court
good?
with a
Wow.
stipulation for certain numbers of them.
Well, my intent would be with respect to victims, and I've already indicated, I think the two roommates are victims.
Oh,
The
he thinks the
there
two
is a
victims,
compelling
the two
interest
roommates are
to
victims.
protect
Is that
them.
allowed?
And so just as typically when media is
Does that
present,
plant a seed
they're
in the
not
jury's
permitted
head
to
of that they
photograph
are
or
victims
video
already?
victims that may be in the courtroom. If the victim requests it, their face will not be shown during the broadcast. In terms of those that work covert, I gotta see where the parties land on that. If they weren't covert in this case, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about that, and you may have to convince me, because I think there is public interest at play here.
So right there, you heard Hippler is committed to a public trial and the process being transparent. If the surviving roommates don't want their faces shown during their testimony, they won't be.
Wow.
There will also be a 3D model of the King Road house for jurors to see the layout of the home.
With respect to the model, I think referred to as the dollhouse by Mr. Thompson, has that been produced for the defense to inspect?
It has, Your Honor. It's actually here in this courthouse, has been for a few weeks, and Mr. Hurwitz facilitated the defense
I'm
viewing
sorry,
it yesterday.
but
It is available for the court's inspection well if the court would like to look at it. And just for the record,
a model isn't the same thing. And why did they take it down in the first place? Was that really a request by the school? I'm curious to know. And like I said, is that allowed for him to say that they are victims? Because isn't that like putting a notion in the jury's head? Because like, what if they don't know what to think yet? You know what I mean? They don't know. They want to hear the evidence. The fact that he thinks there's victim, isn't that like an opinion, like a personal opinion? I mean, I think that they are victims, but I think something's off with the whole thing of it all.
to the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization. It is an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but that's simply not an appropriate way for it to be described, given what occurred there and the victims.
I think a better term is simply a model, rough model, given that it is admittedly not too.
Why did they do that? Who wanted the house so bad?
Scale, precisely. Like, so
I'm curious to know. They should have investigated. Is it already being rented? Like, was the school really the ones who wanted that? Who ordered that? Like, who initiated that? It wasn't a dollhouse. We don't want to see on AI. That's not the same thing. Seeing the blood going through the foundation of the house is not the same thing as seeing it in an AI picture. Like, that doesn't even invoke the same emotional or psychological feelings, like how the brain works. It's because it's different, and we already know that because we hear so much about the case. So I beg to differ. I believe the jurors know about the case, and whether they're sequestered or not, I think they know about the case. Unless it's like, I don't know, like my mom probably wouldn't know. She's not like into true crime, but you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. But I played a video on, I have a Bryan Kohberger playlist, the whole neighbor video, that police footage. I don't know why that always stuck in the back of my head. Like, did that have something to do with this? That whole situation, the neighbor lying, the Hispanic neighbor. Have you seen that? If you haven't, go back and watch it. I have it on my Bryan Kohberger list. It was when Bryan was like considered a suspect in another case but then I believe it was dropped or something like that. That body cam footage is pretty intense too. I don't know. I always thought that had something to do with this case, the Idaho floor case and the murders. Like, didn't the roommate live like upstairs or down, or it was next door, right? Or was it upstairs? I don't know. But he lived, or was that at the different house that I'm thinking at, where I'm not sure, but it was a case where Bryan was involved. Or maybe it was that case where the girl was. I'm not sure. I can't remember the details of the body cam footage, but I know Bryan was accused, or not accused, but he was suspected in that case as well. I don't remember. I think it was in the same area, but I don't remember exactly the details of it. So I guess we should all watch that maybe back on my playlist. They break down the structure and usually put a memorial, but they hadn't even had a trial yet. Like, what about all the evidence? Parents were against it. Hey, CW, good to see you. They needed to keep that up. It seems like they were trying to hide something, or I don't know.
To the part of the hearing that probably had prosecutor Bill Thompson and lead defense attorney Ann Taylor pretty uncomfortable, although they did their best to hide it. I told you earlier this week about the episode of Dateline that aired a lot of information that they claimed to have obtained from sources. That information included selfies taken from Bryan Kohberger's phone, where he was wearing all black, sometimes a hoodie or even a hood. The episode even included video footage of suspect vehicle 1 circling the King Road neighborhood before the murders. That footage had never been seen publicly. Only screen grabs had been included with motions filed by the defense. And then Dateline reported that Bryan Kohberger had searched serial killer Ted Bundy before and after the murders, along with a paper one of his professors wrote about Bundy. Whether the Bundy searches were related to Kohberger's coursework as a criminology student, we don't know. Kohberger, according to Dateline, also saved or watched 60 stories about the Idaho murders on YouTube and searched for pornography that included the terms forced, drugged, passed out, and asleep. The episode probably had the defense absolutely fuming. Some of the information is probably not even admissible, meaning the jury would never see it, and it wasn't released through court documents. So whoever released it violated that non-dissemination order, and Hippler noticed. Take a listen.
My plan today, as we sit, is to get through the jury selection. I see where we're at, with the intent that we not sequester to start.
Not sequester.
As I explained this morning, the more people talk to the media and the more things that are in the media that are not admissible, whether true or not, the more difficult it makes things. And so I'm going to have to figure that out as we get close. For now, intent is not to do that, but we will have plans in place to revert to that if we have to at any point during the trial. Do either of you want to make a record about sequestration at this point?
I would say the only record right now is that we understand what the court is saying during jury selection. If we still don't know if that could come up, the potential jurors should just be aware that it could come up prior.
It'll be part of the question that the questionnaire, as well as part of the hardship determination. Is there some reason they would be unable? I get that they wouldn't like to be, but would there be unable? Do they have a sick family member they care for or whatever, where they have to be home, right? So we'll talk.
A 3-month trial, that's a long time for jurors.
Anything from you, counsel, Mr. Thompson, about that?
What are they paying, like $20 a day or something?
The court might entertain some things.
Do they even pay?
In a closed environment later today, and we do have sensitive issues to raise at that point.
So Hippler discussed this with the attorneys in a closed session, and now he wants an investigation.
In the closed session this morning, I indicated to you I am going to be entering an order.
Yes, investigate Hitler. We want to know. Give us the tea. Who leaked it? Who's involved? Who was it? Who did it? Tell us now. Figure it out. We need to know. My hand has become. Oh, thanks. Thanks, cat. Thanks, meow meow. Yeah, I know you guys are bugged out about the touch whisper, but you're gonna have to just get through it, babies. Get through it. Because I still want to kind of watch the hearing. Like it sounds like there's really good things in there. Not Hitler.
State, and I'm going to write another one extending that to the defense.
No.
As it relates to violations of the non-dissemination order. I'm going to give you a copy of what that order is going to look like that I will execute likely over the lunch hour. It does require
oh my gosh, am I going to get banned? Oh no.
Counsel.
YouTube's going to come for me for saying the H word.
And as I indicated, I would be open to a request for a
they're coming for me.
Appointment of a special prosecutor. And that special prosecutor to ask for a magistrate inquiry so they have the power of subpoena and the power to question witnesses under oath, as well as the power to grant immunity.
No, YouTube.
So I will be looking for that from you. And that one just deals with the state. I will get you one that deals with your side to preserve records, all right?
So Judge Hippler is putting it on Prosecutor Bill Thompson to initiate the process to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate the source of the leak. The order from Hippler states, based on sensitive information not previously publicly circulated, that was reported during a recent Dateline TV program related to this case and the defendant Bryan Kohberger, it appears likely that someone violated the court's non-dissemination order.
Yeah, who violated?
Such violations not only undermine the rule of law, potentially by persons charged with upholding it, but also significantly impede the ability to seat an impartial jury and will likely substantially increase the cost to try this case by extending the time it will take to seat a jury and potentially requiring a lengthy period of jury sequestration. Hippler said the leak frustrates the ability of both sides to receive a fair trial. Hippler continues, accordingly, the court finds it is imperative to attempt to see that the source of such leak is identified and held to account, and that doing so is the best deterrent to future violations. Hippler is ordering both sides and anyone who has worked for them on this case to preserve all of their records. So to discuss all of this drama that's going on in this case, I want to bring in Mark Weaver. He has prosecuted death penalty.
Did he say everybody who's worked on that case needs to produce records? No. That's going to take like another 365 days. The mouth sounds. Is that what I heard? That's insane. Because it's
like cases in the state of Ohio. He also works as a special prosecutor and sometimes a judge. So, Mark, I want to know your reaction to Judge Hippler, who is not pleased. Quite obviously, he's calling on the prosecutor, the lead prosecutor in this case, Bill Thompson, to submit a request to him to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate this leak of information to Dateline. He calls it sensitive information. It was obviously from discovery materials. And he says a lot of this information may not have been admissible.
Yeah, this is about as serious as it gets. I represented a judge in a state Supreme Court case who had entered a gag order and murder case. And so I'm very familiar with the power.
This is like the Courtney Clenny case. If you missed my live on that a week or so ago, her defense team is now asking to remove the whole DA's office. This is like now they're going to have to do that here in this case or whoever was involved, because they won't know who leaked it. The integrity of everybody's question if they can't figure it out. Right. So that gives Bryan's defense ammo because, people are already acting shady to set Bryan up. Perhaps, that could be their defense. Someone has it out for Bryan. They're pinning it on him. aka Karen Reed. They're pinning it on her. Allegedly. We don't know. Karen Reed marathon tomorrow. Don't forget, bring your socks.
Judges to do this. And it's very common in death penalty cases to have gag orders. What's much less common is for the judge to be so upset that he sets up what will essentially be a criminal inquiry, not run by him, but by somebody else, where people will have to not only maintain and preserve all their records, but probably go under oath and swear under penalty of perjury that they did not, in fact, leak this material. So it's hard to imagine a more stringent step taken by this judge.
The judge noted, in the public hearing that they had a closed session about this. So that there were words exchanged, things were said in this closed session. We're not privy to it. I wish we were. So I am sure he called the prosecutor on the carpet. He called the defense attorney on the carpet. I am sure many things were said in this exchange about how in the heck this happened, weeks out from jury selection, that information from the defendant's phone makes its way to Dateline, things that weren't even discussed in pretrial motions, things about searches for pornography and selfies and searches about serial killers and things of that nature. So tell me what probably happened from your perspective as somebody who has been a prosecutor in death penalty cases and represented judges about what probably happened in that closed session.
I imagine the volume was louder back in the closed session, whether it was in chambers or in a closed courtroom, than what we heard. The judge is clearly angry, and he has a right to be. Everything about a death penalty case is different from your garden variety felonies or even murders for that matter, because there are so many different ways the judgment can be overturned on appeal. And so good on the judge for wanting to protect the record, as we say, in every possible situation. Most of what we saw in this Dateline report would not be admissible, or it certainly would be admissible only over strenuous objections by the defense. So the judge is trying to protect this trial. Now, remember, though, jurors don't have to come in with no knowledge of facts. They simply have to be able to attest that they can set aside anything they heard outside of the court and focus on the evidence.
He clearly, my reading of the separate orders that he wrote to the defense and the prosecution, he clearly suspects this leak came from the state side. He is telling the prosecutor, you have to come to me within 7 days with a plan about how you're going to prevent such leaks in the future. So that, to me, he didn't say that to the defense. He suspects this came from law enforcement.
Well, law enforcement typically has the inculpatory evidence, the things that prove the crime, that they give it over to the defense in discovery, so defense have it as well. But the motive would be on the law enforcement side. Having said that, in a case this complicated, there are dozens of people who have access to this records. Sure. In law enforcement and various agencies, at the prosecutor's office, consultants and experts and advisors to the defense and the prosecution teams, possibly could be more than 50 people have access to this record. And going forward, it's going to be hard to say to the judge that I can guarantee that this won't happen again, because these leaks are done unauthorized fashion. They're not official leaks. These are people who are looking to either get some glory for themselves or help the case along, whatever. It's hard for a prosecutor to guarantee it won't happen again.
I mean, you can trace who has access to these materials. And he talked about how the inquiry that could be launched, the people would have subpoena power, the magistrate would have subpoena power, the ability to grant immunity to people. So I'm sure they can whittle down, and everything has a digital trail these days, a fingerprint. I'm sure they can figure out quite quickly who leaked this material.
I think that's right. And you could see the judge is giving the special prosecutor tools to do that. But people who review the order might want to know why the judge has a no destruction order. Because now, if he has put them on notice that anybody who destroys something, shouldn't do it, now we have potential tampering with evidence charges that could be brought forth. In most states, tampering with evidence is not a crime unless you have reason to know you're supposed to be holding on to the evidence because a prosecution or some other proceeding is in process. So the judge has put everybody on notice, don't destroy things. And then he said to the sides, I want to know everybody who has access to the records. If I were the special prosecutor, that is a very clear path for me to do my investigation. I know who to talk to, I'll put them under oath. And if they lie, that's perjury. And if they destroyed evidence, that's just tampering with evidence. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you see somebody charged out of this.
They can be charged. And what's interesting to me, Mark, in the Murdoch case out of South Carolina, we just saw the clerk this week, Miss Becky.
Yeah. I want to play that
She was charged with perjury for allowing, she apparently gave out sealed exhibits, and SLED says she lied about it. So she's not only charged with lying about under oath to a judge about giving out the sealed exhibits, she's also charged with misconduct for giving out the sealed exhibits. So, you can be charged with disclosing this stuff.
That's true. The people on the government side, the prosecution, law enforcement, have a higher burden of following the law than people on the defense side. Both sides have to follow the gag order or the non-dissemination order. That's true. But we expect people in law enforcement to abide by a higher standard, particularly for the prosecutors who are not ethically supposed to be seeking a conviction. They're ethically supposed to be seeking justice. And as a result, leaking something that might be not admissible right ahead of a trial is certainly not seeking justice.
And Judge Hippler talked about how this is going to increase the cost of seating a jury. That the potential is there. And that this may also lead to him having to sequester the jury. So not only is it going to increase the time it may take to seat the jury, they may have to end up sequestering the jury. And there's also a possibility that more inadmissible information could leak. So he's very concerned about this.
The judge is. I was surprised. I listened to all the back and forth with the judge and defense counsel the other day. And this judge is putting on more safeguards and guardrails and protections in this case than any case I've ever touched, including my death penalty cases. He is in earnest to make sure that this record is protected.
So he's laying down. He's a no nonsense kind of guy. I mean, he's not taking any guff from either side. I feel like he is being a little bit. Yesterday he was being a little more conciliatory toward the defense. I think he realizes this has gotten really messed up. The potential is there for this to have been really messed up. So Ms. Taylor, how do you feel about this? I want to know how Ms. Taylor feels about this. He's laying down the rules of the road for this trial. What I liked hearing from him was that he's committed to transparency. They're talking about, we have witnesses that might not want their faces shown. And he's like, you're going to have to really convince me. He's saying that the surviving roommates, if they don't want their faces shown, he's open to not showing their faces, still allowing their audio out. But this is a judge who said the only way the public is going to have confidence in this result of this trial is if they see the trial.
Yeah, this is a difficult balance for a judge because we have two constitutional rights in tension. We have the Sixth Amendment right to fair trial that Bryan Kohberger has, and we have the First Amendment right of the press, like yourself, to be able to cover what is a public and open proceeding. By and large, we don't have secret trials in America. The founders of our country chose a different path. They want people to know what's happening in court. And it's not comfortable that witnesses have to step forward and perhaps be known, but that is our system. And the judge is trying to strike that balance between a fair trial and an open process.
Yeah, most definitely. It'll be interesting to see what happens next month. There's another hearing, June 18th. Everybody thought the hearing on Thursday would be the last one, but no, there will be another one. Another thing I thought was interesting, Mark, he said that he is giving the defense a piece of paper. He wants them to turn that in before trial, basically acknowledging whether or not there have been any plea negotiations and whether there's been a last best offer made. He wants that in case there's a conviction, because he wants to be able to show any appellate court or the state's highest court that He was made, if he's convicted, he was given an offer of a plea and he turned it down.
That's more and more lately. I'm seeing that with judges. They would like to know the final state of the plea offer before they move forward. They want that on the record. As a prosecutor, I like that because I think it protects the case from going up. But remember, the prosecution is in the driver's seat here. If the defense could get a deal where they could take the death penalty off the table, they would take it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I would be interested to know if Bryan Kohberger would take that, because right now it sounds like they don't want a deal. So we'll see what happens moving forward. Mark Weaver, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Anjanette.
Another note.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Is he going to get a deal? Is he going to get the death penalty? No, it doesn't matter that somebody leaked everything to Dateline that they did. You guys don't want to watch Hitler, right? He was putting you to bed. Let me pull up the next video. Before I start the Diddy stuff I want to watch, oh my gosh, the Diddy case. Let's just get started on Diddy now. I feel like there's so much there. I need to get caught up. Oh, I kind of wanted to finish watching this before we start on Diddy. It is going to be tough. The trial for Bryan Kohberger, you mean? That's going to be tough.
Reasonable doubt. Could have been somebody else. Could have been Dave, could have been Mike, could have been Sarah. I'm making those names up, of course. So here's the thing. I was trying to go back through as much of the evidence as I could remember in the last 2.5 years, because I feel like I have forgotten more than I remember at this point. And I remember there was evidence of some kind of a blood speck on the hand railing of the staircase inside the home. And it wasn't blood of any of the roommates.
Yeah, so I can't wait to watch the Diddy stuff. So we'll get on to that next.
Basis for one of Ann Taylor's suppositions that whomever had a blood speck on that hand railing could have also been the killer. But it's the hand railing from the bottom floor all the way to the second floor.
It's possible. And I don't know, from what I understand, there's specific names that they've come up with. So it's not just like a theory of like, oh, it could have been someone because of this. They're naming names is what I have heard.
Well, could the defense have tested that blood and done a genealogical study and found the owner of it?
Maybe, yeah. But remember, again, we talked about this when that happened, but it's a party house. There are a lot of people going in and out. But if you think back, and I don't want to name any names because we've never had any reason to believe that anyone else was responsible. But there were a lot of names that came up in the beginning when you and I were covering this before they arrested Bryan Kohberger.
Food truck guy.
Yeah. So like they're probably going back through all of that stuff, I would imagine.
Wow.
Okay. How about the glove? There was a mystery glove that was found outside the home, I believe, as well, that the defense made hay of. Maybe the owner of that glove. Yeah,
but think about it. And again, he's innocent until proven guilty. I don't want to be like, saying whatever. We got to be fair. But I mean, Bryan Kohberger also likes to wear gloves. I mean, that's come out. He's a germaphobe. So I always thought about that with that glove too.
Well, I'm sure we're not going to find out unless it becomes public record and they are allowed to bring it up at trial, because these things will be in a secret hearing, like you said, in June. And if the judge says, sorry, you don't have anywhere near the kind of supportive evidence to bring up that, assert that in a court of law and ruin those people or that person's life. Yeah, which forget is fair, it. And that, I guess that would stay sealed. Maybe after, if there's a conviction of Bryan Kohberger, maybe after they would unseal that and say, this is what the defense was trying, but we know we've got our guy. I mean, I can imagine that.
Possible, yeah.
Okay, the other thing that I was fascinated by, and I don't know quite how I feel about it. I'm trying to put my emotions in check. But Bethany and Dylan, the surviving roommates, have just been so assailed online by trolls and just ne'er-do-wells and just bottom of the barrel scum who've attacked these victims as being somehow, I don't know, complicit or a part of it, whatever it is. It's just garbage. And obviously that's very hard for them. And the judge has agreed to limit our ability as the public to witness their testimony. Tell me what the judge decided when it comes to Dylan and Bethany, if when they take the stand.
So he said that their portions will not be on the live stream. So you will not be able to see them unless you're in the courtroom. But the audio feed for them will continue to go out. So you'll be able to hear their testimony if you're watching at your house or you're watching in the overflow room, but you will not be able to see them. He also said that he is going to reserve 2 seats in the courtroom for them. He considers them to be victims.
Wow.
And if they choose to attend the trial one day or for the whole thing, he's going to make sure that there are 2 seats reserved for them. And
so
also,
they even before they testify, they're going to be allowed in the court.
They didn't mention that. That's a good question, because a lot of times, obviously, they don't want witnesses in the courtroom before they testify. They didn't bring that up, but he said that he's going to have 2 seats for them. And it was kind of interesting. So they got through that. And then the defense spoke up and said, oh, but we have people that we also want the video cut for, like people who worked with Bryan Kohberger, and then, maybe undercover officers. And it was interesting. The judge was not very open to that. He said,
good.
I'm not going down.
This is a public process. Unless you're a minor.
You would have loved. I actually thought of you when he said this, Ashley.
What?
I'm not going to quote him directly, but he said something like, when they started making those requests, look, the only way the public is going to trust this verdict and believe in this verdict is if they feel like they've been able to watch the process.
Really?
Which I really believe too, So, but it was just interesting because Ann Taylor immediately was like, oh, we got this person and this, and he was just like, you can make a filing, but he's like, I don't want to do that.
Look, it is. I do fully respect the fact that Dylan and Bethany have just had the boots taken to them, and they are victims. I mean, they will never be the same. They are damaged for life by what they've been through.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about the survivor's guilt. I mean, I'm just talking about the hell that the internet has put them through, the hell that they've witnessed, the hell that they've lived through, But I am a big I'm a big proponent of an open process and of witnesses taking the stand and saying in open court so that we can see them and trust in what they're saying, what their truth is, right?
Yeah.
Look, you know how we're all animals, us people. We have instincts. How many times have you said, look me in my eyes and tell me that? Because that's how we determine truthfulness. We look for tells, we look for gut instinct, we look for all those things. It's no different on the stand. It's why you take the stand facing everybody, so that we as the public can understand if we believe you're telling the truth or not, right? So I do have.
I wish we could see the roommates. I know it doesn't, I don't know. I think, well, we won't be able to see them, but I guess the jury will. I don't know. It's
the
kind of a
problem
bummer.
that for that reason, they're going to hide Dylan and Bethany from the public. I do understand the reason, but I also say, they're not minors. They're adults, and they're important to the process. They are important to the possibility that a man may lose his life.
Well, but at the end of the day, the jury is going to be able to be sitting right there and see them, and they're the ones who are going to make the decision. So I guess, that's probably what's most important. But it is a slippery slope, I think.
I have great respect for juries, but I believe that we have the right to keep an eye on things, a la O.J. Simpson case, that jury and what they did and what we discovered 30 years later, that they wanted to, get one for Rodney King. I mean, that's the kind of thing where the rest of us have a vested interest and we have a right to be in there. We're paying the process. It's our process. It's a government for the people.
Yeah.
And the court is part of that. So anyway, I'll go off on the soapbox forever about that. I also heard somewhere, and I don't know where Judge Hippler came in on this, that at one point he was going to allow Dylan and Bethany to dictate whether or not they should be live streamed. Like if fine, they can be on, but if they decide no, then they won't. Did that go out the window?
No, he didn't say that. He just said that he made the decision that they weren't going to be on, that it was just going to be audio. The thing he was leaving up to them was whether they wanted to take the 2 seats. That part he just didn't seem to know the answer to.
We should.
So today was supposed to be the last hearing before trial, which I thought was weird because trial is still 2 months away. I mean, jury selection begins, I think, on the 30th I know, as I think it's a Wednesday, and it starts on that Wednesday, the 30th. It was supposed to start on the 29th, but I heard it moved today to the 30th. Don't know why. And then jury selection's expected to take a couple weeks, with trial testimony beginning on Monday, August 11th, right? That's right. The schedule so far?
Yeah.
So how
I was confused about it first, by the way. Like, have you heard of that? Like, I always thought jury selection started with the first day of the trial.
Well, technically, the first day of trial is totally literally the first day of trial technically is jury selection, right? So when you say the trial begins, it really should be the jury selection. But most of us refer to the trial began when Cassie took the stand, or, like the very first witness or something like that. And she wasn't the first witness, but and so the evidentiary phase of the trial begins on August 11th, where you start getting witnesses, you start seeing exhibits, you start seeing evidence, etc. You get the openings, but jury selection's 2 weeks prior to that. I just don't understand how we're at why they would announce this was the last hearing, because we've got all sorts of issues to sort out before then.
The way I think that came about is because it was the last hearing on the docket, and all the media was just seeing it as the last thing before. There was nothing else scheduled before today. So it became kind of the headline, like the last hearing before. Whereas today they've already scheduled another hearing for June, and there's probably going to be another hearing, So I think that it seemed like the last because it was the only one posted, Yeah.
No, I sense that we're going to have, I really do think that Ann Taylor's going to lodge a complaint, file a motion to have that evidence that was elicited in the Dateline episode thrown from the case. But I'm with you. It would be a travesty to see that kind of evidence thrown out just because jurors got to look at stuff. I mean, plenty of cases have gone to air with a lot more.
I mean, there's no gag order. They see all sorts. I mean, I guess I just don't really follow again, will it make jury selection harder? Yes. But, I don't follow the argument of just throwing it out.
Me neither. But then again, it is death penalty. And when you got a case like that, the stakes are really high and things change. And then, the other thing is, not everybody understands this, but it's not just picking a jury. It's picking something called a death qualified jury. So in Diddy's case, you heard all the, the voir dire and everything in Diddy's case, and it took, forever to get that jury seated. And that was not a death qualified jury. You're just trying to get biases and, personal histories and background and all the rest, right?
Yeah.
You do all that in Kohberger, and you've got to have a death qualified specialist on your team who knows how to elicit from a potential juror if they can condemn a man to death. I mean, it really truly is like, can you look across at a living, breathing person 10 feet away from you and say, thumbs down, he dies? And they have to be able to do that.
Yeah. And it was interesting, like what you just said made me think of this today. I've seen Bryan Kohberger a lot of times, like starting out in Pennsylvania when they made the arrest, and then saw him when he got off the plane in Moscow, and then went to the hearings in Moscow where you're super close to him, and then have been seeing him in Boise. Moscow, I was so close to him. Here, you're still maybe like 10 feet away. But I've noticed he's got Ann Taylor, who's, a female attorney, and then he has 2 other female attorneys, and they sit on each side of him, and they get very close to him, like almost whisper in his ear. He whispers back. They don't want us to hear what's going on. Before the judge came in, there's a little bit of smiling. They're clearly making a little joke with him or something. And it was just a weird thing to think of him, what he's been accused of. And you're thinking of, gosh, this man could be capable of this. And then like sort of seeing him in these just human, normal moments with these women who are sort of like humanizing him and just treating him like any other guy on the street. And just when you said the death penalty thing, it made me think of it like, I don't know if they do that by design. Like, I know there's not a jury in there yet, but like, is that part of sort of making you feel like this is just any other guy?
Absolutely. It's why they're not supposed to be wearing jailhouse jumpsuits into court now, because it just makes them look like criminals right away. I'll tell you something. I have always gotten skeeved out by that, because I know we give the presumption of innocence, but when you have overwhelming evidence that there's a Dahmer or there's a Charles Manson at defense table, you can't believe that anybody wants to get close to that filthy skin, And in this particular,
a genuine little laughter and a genuine, if I was next to you and I leaned into you to tell you a little something, and just we had our little moment, like that was happening, and it was weird. Like, I can't help it. It felt weird, you know?
There's a great book that I think was written by Mickey Sherman, who defended Michael Skakel many, many years ago. I think he wrote a book called How Do You Defend Those People? And it's like, it's a question we all want to ask a defense lawyer. Like, you represent the scum of the earth, you know? You represent these guilty people. How do you...
Why do I think something crazy is going to happen in this? Like, with this whole leak of the information.
Do this, like, especially when they're horrible people. And you've always got to come back to the Constitution and like how incredible this country is, that we instantly give you the benefit of the doubt and we prove that you're guilty before we lock you away or we kill you, you know? And so as a lawyer, you really have to believe in those principles. And maybe that's the principle that brings them to, you know, innocent until proven guilty, even when I'm standing right next to your, you know, skin that I may or may not believe. And perhaps, I mean, honestly, Casey Anthony's lawyers believe 100% that she is innocent. At least Cheney Mason does, right? Thinks she's a great girl. I don't believe she's innocent. I don't think she's guilty of what many of the prosecutors lined up in that courtroom, but I think she's not. I think she's guilty of causing Kaylee's death. I just don't think she was a premeditated first-degree death penalty eligible murder. And so those lawyers were able to be very cozy with her. And maybe that's what Ann Taylor feels. But it's hard to look at some of the evidence and see how overwhelming it is. And I'm trying to imagine myself as Ann Taylor and be so snuggly and cozy and put on a really strong face. Because already he comes in at a disadvantage. Everybody knows that that's the guy, you know?
Yeah, there was this point, I think it was a couple months ago, where she made this statement in court where she said, like, Your Honor, he is innocent. She like made it almost very personal that she believed herself that he didn't do it. So yeah, I don't know. It was just, and I totally agree with everything you said, by the way. I mean, that's what's great about our country. My dad's a criminal lawyer. Like, I grew up with this stuff. Like, criminals are, you know, they deserve a right to representation and innocent until proven guilty. But it's still weird when you're sitting there and
I don't know that I could do it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know that I could do it. I would enjoy the project. I would enjoy the project of defending someone because that's what we do as a society, and looking for everything. Because I did feel once, I'll give you this one anecdote. I did a story for Dateline when I worked for NBC, and it was about this cop in Rhode Island who was accused of killing his mistress, right? He's married. His wife is pregnant. They've got, I think, 2 or 3 other kids, and he's got a side hustle. And the woman who's the side hustle is found dead in her apartment. Her head is bashed in with a jewelry box. And in the apartment is a letter that she has written saying, I'm going to tell your wife. If you don't tell her, I'm going to tell her. And she shows up dead. Like, and then he was, you know, he was a really bad cop. He was involved with a lot of bad cops that had sex in their cruisers. They were all cheating on their wives. They arrested him, and like suddenly the tapes disappeared, and they gave him kid glove treatment and said nothing to see here. And the night of the murder, he had left a cop party for several hours and come back looking like a ghost. Like, everything pointed to him killing that woman. And he was convicted, and he exhausted all of his appeals, and he was going to be in prison, life, no parole. And Bryan Enton,
I mean, I like true crime.
If you can believe this, a random carpenter walked into a police station off the sidewalk and said, I can't live with myself anymore. I'm the killer of that woman that you put that cop away.
Oh my
and
God.
That was my epiphany in this business, to say, don't for a minute think you got it figured out. Even when the evidence looks so overwhelming, there's always a chance, you know. It may not look good. It may not look like it's too coinky dinky. But there is that chance that everything looks bad, but it wasn't him.
That's so crazy. Yeah, that's a good perspective. It's a good thing to remember.
It's the way we all really need to behave when we're covering these cases. Like, there is always a chance, until it's irrefutable and you saw it with your own lion eyes. You can't know everything. So it's just one of those things. Okay, last thing, because I know I've kept you really long.
Okay.
What are your thoughts?
Do you guys, for those of you who were not here, don't be leaving. Said hi. Before I knew that was like a little thing in the chat, I thought people were just coming in here and saying that. I'm like, stop saying you're saying hi, but it's the little hand wave, huh? I'm like, why is everybody saying said hi? Okay, I wanted to play I wanted to play a video. We're moving on. I know. Don't be sad. I have a bunch of true crime cases that, like, in Bryan Kohberger, I have 2 lives, but I need to get caught up Karen Reed marathon tomorrow. And then Diddy trial, hopefully we can get caught up tonight. Moving on from Bryan Kohberger, but just for tonight, we'll continue that after I get caught up on Karen Reed and the Diddy stuff. But if you weren't here for the beginning of the live, I played the video on Valeria Marquez, the TikTok star that got shot while she was on live. I'm going to play that again. I know I already played it, but for those of you who missed it. And then I'm going to play a random true crime clip, and then we'll start Diddy. I'm shook. I have been following the Diddy stuff I was covering it a lot. We read a lot of the documents here, and then I just fell off with it because it was so much. I couldn't keep up, honestly. It was like 32 new Jane Does every day. And I was just like, this like 2,550 documents like every day. I'm like, I can't. It's like so much. And I know like Diddy topic gets told a lot. So I was like, I'm just going to slow down on it. But now I regret it because I'm like, wait, this is crazy. I can't believe Cassie has been up there testifying. I'm shook. And if Aubrey O'Day goes up there and testifies, even more shook. Okay, but I'm going to play the clip on Valeria. So trigger warning. I like the Spanish clip because I saw a couple of the English ones and I don't see the part where she like gets pew-pewed. So I'm like, I like the Spanish clip. And basically they just explain she's a 23-year-old TikTok. She's on TikTok. She's an influencer and someone shows up and I guess allegedly says they're going to give her a gift. They don't give her a gift. I believe they come back. They walk in and they ask her, like, are you Valeria? And she's like, yes. And they shoot her and she ends up losing her life. At first I was thinking like, oh, maybe it's like a cartel gang thing. But then I know that there was some evidence found that she was saying that her boyfriend was kind of like sus. And so I don't know, could it have been her ex-boyfriend who hired someone, or was this just like a random thing? But the video is pretty brutal. So I did already play it, but I'm going to play it again for those of you who missed it. Oh yeah, and Jules and I think, get on with it. Geez, says Susan. Has to be Johnson. The baby oil. They used 10 of those huge bottles in one freak off. Is that what it was? Oh my God. All that baby oil? Oh my God. Susan, I go off on tangents here. Yeah. And this is for 21 and older, please. 10 of them. Right? She also predicted it was, yeah, she says in the video, she says, I don't know. It made me a little nervous because she says in the TikTok clip, she's like sitting there and she's like, she says in Spanish, oh, they came to look, he's coming. And then she says, at another point in the clip, she says something like, oh, maybe they're out to kill me or something like that. And then she gets shot. So that was really odd. And then, yes, I think the friend had something to do with it. I'm shook. Okay, but I'll get on with it. I'll get on with it now. Before you guys get mad at me. Okay.
Ya viene.
No, sí.
Hola. Sí.
Una imagen muy fuerte, impactante, es el momento en el que asesinaron a sangre fría a una joven de solo 23 años en Zapopan, en Jalisco, y todo quedó grabado en video. Ella era Valeria Marquez, creadora de contenido en TikTok, y esto es lo que se sabe hasta ahora de su feminicidio.
I'm shook.
Ya viene.
No, sí.
Hola. Sí.
She's so pretty. She says right there, he's coming. So I'm like, who does she see? Or what?
Así fue asesinada la TikToker Valeria Márquez.
You guys see that?
Mientras hacía una transmisión en vivo en su... Así fue asesinada
What? The blood gets, that part gets cut out, and then her whole profile is, they got taken off. Her profile on TikTok was shut down. This is brutal. Oh my God, I feel so bad for her. I don't believe they have arrested anyone. Oh, okay, there you go.
Así fue asesinada la TikToker Valeria Márquez mientras hacía una transmisión en vivo en su cuenta de TikTok.
Yeah.
Al momento de la agresión, Valeria estaba en su estética en la colonia Real del Carmen Grand en Zapopan, Jalisco.
Oh my God.
Se encontraba esperando a una persona quien horas antes había preguntado por ella con la intención de entregarle un regalo.
So she's saying that someone came into the salon. So whoever was at the front working, the receptionist or her friend or whatever, I don't know, they need to look into that person. But someone came in and said that they had a gift for her. Valeria wasn't there. And then the person with the gift left, I believe. And then Valeria arrived and the person maybe was watching, I don't know, came back, and then they walk in and they ask her like, oh, are you Valeria? And then they shoot her to death.
Iban a matar,
no, iban a decir un regalo, pero no sé a qué.
Hey, Adrian.
regalo costoso.
Valeria tenía 23 años y más de 100,000 seguidores en TikTok. Hoy, su cuenta ya no está disponible. Comenzó a subir contenido en 2021 y el material era principalmente sobre ella. Fotografías y videos con canciones en tono de humor.
Sí me dolió, pero me voy a hacer pendeja.
They're saying like she's a TikTok.
Aún se desconocen las causas de su asesinato y no hay detenidos. Pero hace unos días, ella compartió...
They're saying no one is a suspect and no one is arrested yet, but this video was made 2 days ago. And then they're showing text messages, or not text messages, post, I think, or text messages from Valeria saying that her ex-boyfriend was like somewhat borderline abusive, and that if something happened to her that he was responsible. But I think the person in the salon knows something or had something to do with it.
Mensajes en sus historias de Instagram responsabilizando a su expareja de cualquier cosa que le pasara a ella o a su familia. Compartió una conversación de WhatsApp con dichas amenazas.
You can watch this video probably in
historia,
English.
Recordó una anécdota sobre la conducta agresiva de su expareja.
Ya viene.
No, sí.
Hola. Sí.
Trágico momento que quedó registrado.
Like she was literally on a TikTok live. I can't even get on TikTok because they banned me. Or whatever, time me out. I don't know why. But I've been wanting to go back there. Okay, so before we get to Diddy, there's another clip. It's evil man strangles girlfriend to death after forcing her into sex acts. I know it's dark, but I was like, what did you just say to me? Yeah, a man was arrested. Oh, a man was arrested and her friends were texting each other. She had plans to be somewhere and her two friends were keeping her there till the guy came. Jules, how do you know about this case so much? People are so evil. Shake my head. Yes, that's TikTok. Okay. Yeah, I do want to get on there, so maybe tomorrow. Let's see. We're gonna play this. I thought this was. I didn't watch it, but I'm like.
She was young, beautiful, and trying to break free. But Olivia Wood never got the chance. The 29-year-old's bags were packed, ready to leave what prosecutors say was a toxic, abusive relationship with her boyfriend, Kieran Goodwin. They say he forced her to take drugs and perform sex acts on camera. But before she could escape, police say Goodwin strangled her to death. I'm Kennedy like Diddy, and I'll walk you through the disturbing details of what investigators uncovered, how Olivia's final hours unfolded, and who's calling her killer a truly evil individual. For this story, we go to Somerset, England, where a relationship that lasted less than 3 months ended in tragedy. Olivia Wood and Kieran Goodwin appeared happy in photos he posted on Facebook. But behind those filtered moments, prosecutors say the truth was dark and disturbing. Investigators allege Goodwin was controlling and that over the course of their relationship, Olivia transferred more than $7,900 to him. Authorities believe much of that money went towards feeding his cocaine habit. Court documents and messages obtained by the BBC reveal Goodwin allegedly coerced Olivia into taking drugs, performing sex acts on camera, and pressured her into sleeping with another man. The texts also show he was frequently buying cocaine, sometimes daily, and sending Olivia to pick it up. At one point, Olivia called her workplace.
Is this like a basic Diddy all over again? Like, holy moly.
Telling them she needed time off because of her partner's declining mental health and that he was threatening to die by suicide. But something shifted. Olivia had seemingly made a decision to leave. Prosecutors say her suitcase was packed, ready to walk away, but she never got the chance. On July 30th, 2024, Kieran Goodwin called police claiming Olivia wasn't breathing. She was rushed to the hospital where she later died. An autopsy confirmed Wood had a near fatal dose of cocaine in her system and had a neck injury consistent with strangulation. Kieran Goodwin was arrested and charged with her murder. According to prosecutors, while he was on the phone with police, Goodwin was also deleting hundreds of photos and videos from his phone. The BBC reports that paramedics noticed a large bruise on Olivia's neck. When asked about it, Goodwin allegedly said, "I've killed her. It's all my fault. Oh my God, is she going to die? What have I done?" Prosecutors presented testimony from several women who claimed to be previous victims of Goodwin. Each of the women described similar patterns. Goodwin would begin relationships by overwhelming them with affection, later disclosing mental health struggles.
Oh my gosh.
They testified that he became controlling and used threats of self-harm to manipulate them into staying. According to their statements, Goodwin pressured them to give him money, most of which was spent on cocaine. Some reportedly said he encouraged or forced them to use cocaine, including by injection, despite no prior history of drug abuse. Others testified that—
Whoa. Are you guys listening to this? Like, this is... What?
He isolated them from family and friends and pressured them to perform sex acts on
People
camera
are losing their
with
dang
other men.
mind.
All of the women who testified were granted indefinite restraining orders. Goodwin was sentenced at Bristol Crown Court to life in prison with a minimum term of 35 years. Judge Picton described Goodwin as a manipulative, determined, misogynistic, selfish, narcissist, and a truly evil individual. The judge also handed down 3 additional life sentences to be served concurrently for the offenses against the other victims. And joining me to talk more about this is UK attorney Nick Brett. Nick, thank you so much for coming on today.
Thanks very much for having me.
This is why I don't do Tinder dates.
So let's get right to it. The judge called Goodwin a truly evil individual. What's the significance of the judge using such strong language in sentencing?
Thanks for becoming a member.
I think the problem is that it's an all too familiar tale, isn't it? In this country, of women being killed in short but intense relationships of domestic violence. And
okay, I want to see the Final Destination too, but those movies always scare the crap out of me. I get so it's not even scared because I don't get scared. I like scary stuff, but this is like a different type of scare. Like I am like stuck on it. I'm like paranoid. You know what I mean? Like that Final Destination where they're driving and I think the logs like fall off like that always scares me. Oh, and then the rides, like the carnival rides. After that, I never got on one again. I don't think I've been on one since. Yeah, I don't do like the zipper and the Gravitron and like those kinds of things. I don't even really like I like Disneyland. I don't love roller coasters. I don't do like roller coasters. Those movies really get me in my feels. Those Final Destination movies, because they're so realistic. I'm just like, what is this gonna happen to me? The sounds are amazing. Is that in theater right now? Oh my gosh. I need to watch it 2 and 3. Paranormal Activity is the only movie that's completely freaked me out. Yeah, that freaked me out too when it first came out. But yeah, I like the Final Destination movies for sure.
I think the courts and the judges sitting in the courts having to pass sentence in these kind of cases are rightly, thinking about the public opprobrium.
I want to thank Odoo for sponsoring this news package. Odoo is an incredible you can visualize it's news all in one.
I think that there's an all too familiar and depressing tale.
To this day, I avoid trucks with logs. Okay, I'm not the only one.
The governments have.
I'm like, you guys have to know what I'm talking about and how it feels, right?
That of controlling or coercive behavior as a means of seeking.
There's another part of it that scared me.
First of all, put a lid on domestic violence being perpetrated, particularly by male partners on their female counterparts, but also to ensure that prosecutors have sufficient weapons to be able to.
I almost spit my drink out. Okay, the Final Destination part where she's in the tanning bed. Oh my God, I don't tan, but I used to, like in high school, even though I never needed to. It was just like a thing. But I have friends who do, and that part always scared me. Was that Final Destination? Yeah, right? We're like, oh, the tanning bed part. I don't need to tan. I don't even burn because I am Latina, yeah. But I'm at that TikTok lady. That is very sad. Barbed wire gets me more of the logs. The tanning bed. Yes, I know. Isn't that part scary and awful?
This kind of behavior.
That scares me.
And Goodwin was sentenced to multiple life sentences. Is it, normal for a person to get multiple life sentences in a single trial?
Well, it kind of depends on the allegation.
I've never heard of this case.
So obviously there are, convictions that are proven, where life sentence is a sentence, then ordinarily what would happen is a judge would impose a life sentence, and then he can impose a second life sentence, but he can do so concurrently. So what that means is the sentences run side by side, and the judge can then mark the criminality appropriately. When a life sentence is passed in England, the judge will fix a tariff, and what that means is that is a minimum period of time which the person
That's why we hadn't heard of it
before he's considered for what's called parole, and then the parole board would need to decide whether or not he is suitable for release after that period of time. I think in this case it's more than so it was 35 years so it's a high tariff for this kind of case, certainly.
Right. And I was just about to ask, given that he has to serve the sentences concurrently, will he be eligible for parole?
After 35 years, he'll be eligible for parole. So it will be a massive, so he's 33 now. So when he's 68, the parole board will decide effectively on evidence and having interviewed him and third parties looking into it, and checking his background and the background relating to the offence and what his attitude is to his offending and how he has described that to them, whether or not he any longer presents a danger to the public. If they decide that there is any possibility that he does present a danger to the public, he won't be released. He could be detained for the rest of his life.
Absolutely. And just if you could explain How critical was the post-mortem exam in building this case?
Well, I think post-mortem examination is, always important in circumstances where somebody has been killed and where there may not, as in this case, be other evidence about what happened because it took place within, the confines of a home. And so, quite often somebody dies in this kind of circumstance. The suspect will come up with some
Just
kind
because
of
it happened in another
reason as to
country doesn't mean
innocent reason as
not
to why that
important
person
to
died. But
I kind
a
of like
post-mortem
cases from
examination
other
can obviously
places.
show, in particular, blunt trauma injury. So, where there has been
And the justice system is
injury
different
caused by the
everywhere,
use
right?
of weapons.
And police claim that during the time that he called authorities, for his girlfriend, at the same time, he was allegedly deleting things off of his phone. What's the significance of Goodwin deleting media from his phone before police arrived? And could that be considered tampering with evidence?
Well, I mean, media messaging is very significant in all criminal investigations these days. Certainly in England, the police will always seize phones, even in the most minor investigations, because
I didn't even realize that.
it
Yeah.
often contains not only media messaging, which is in itself can be very important evidence, but often an ability to track movement. These days, investigative techniques or relating to forensic examination of telephones is pretty advanced. And so even if you're deleting stuff, that can be picked up. And if you're deleting material, then obviously you are going to be subjected to cross-examination as the reason why you would be deleting material. And that would be something that's put to you as being a means of potentially suggesting your guilt. It is an offence in itself to destroy or conceal evidence relating to criminal investigation. It's slightly unusual in a case like this where there are other serious allegations being brought to include that kind of thing on the indictment, unless it's particularly significant to the investigation.
Prosecutors accused the defendant of psychological abuse and had his, former partners take the stand. How important was this and how strong was their testimony?
Well, quite often in cases of this nature, the prosecution will apply to reduce what is called bad character evidence. And bad character evidence is evidence which is not necessarily probative of the crimes which are before the court, and that is the ordinary test. So is it relevant and probative for the crimes before the court, but is more about propensity. And so what they really need to do is to get it through a particular gateway that suggests that the defendant has acted in a similar way previously, and that in itself is important, what we call important explanatory evidence for a jury to determine whether or not he's guilty of the offence. And so a judge will make that decision as to whether that kind of evidence ought to be admitted in advance of the trial. And ordinarily lawyers for the defendant will be opposing such applications, sometimes successfully and sometimes unsuccessfully, rather depending on the individual facts of the case.
So here it kind of, well, it definitely, in my opinion, after just reading the case and reading the documents,
I'm into it.
It really helped this case because it was able to show a pattern of behavior that the suspect had.
I think that's right. I mean, I think that previous partners were able to testify of similar, what they, I think, described as intensive love bombing, which one
love bombing,
the kind of evidence that
hello,
I think is often seen with respect to defendants charged with this kind of criminality. So there's that intense period of love that then turns into an intense period of control, and that control can then often lead to violence and unfortunately in cases like this one, fatal consequences.
Oh, I kind of like that one.
What laws apply when someone is coerced into performing sex acts and to take drugs? Because that's what the former partners said that the suspect did several times to them.
Well, if somebody is coerced into any form of sexual act without their consent, then that would, if it involved intercourse, would be an allegation of rape. If it didn't involve intercourse, would most likely to be an allegation of what we call sexual assault. Both those are offences under the Sexual Offences Act 2003. There is, as I just referred to earlier on, I think, a newish offence called controlling or coercive behaviour, which was introduced in this country in 2021. And that can include
that's
instance of violence. It can include
I would have never known that.
Sexual crimes, within the family home. And it can include often financial control. And so the idea being that it is a crime to treat your partner in a way that prevents them from being able to go about their ordinary life free from control.
Could it also have been considered sex trafficking based on what's been described, or not really?
Well, there are a lot of instances of sex trafficking. I'm not.
Grab your little
I'm
binkies and your blankies
this
and your
case was a
earplugs.
sex trafficking case.
Whatever you mean.
But sex trafficking is often
to hear about urine in the mouth.
Raised in, I suppose, circumstances where you get men who behave in a controlling way, and perhaps where there's more than one female complainant.
I like that.
His exes also said that he reportedly threatened suicide. Are threats of suicide considered criminal coercion?
I'm talking about the Diddy case.
I think in conjunction with other evidence, that kind of thing. I mean, it goes back to the same sort of thing that we were saying earlier about the sort of personality, type that tends to be associated with crimes of this nature. And I think that, that sort of threat, I'm going to harm myself, is a type of control, isn't it? It's a type of emotional control. So it's a means of emotionally coercing someone. So certainly
I think
that kind
this case is giving me, oh my gosh, Micah Miller. I've been dying to cover her to Micah Miller vibes, like the whole thing. Minus the pastor thing with the guy, but
threat could be used as part of a case behavior in conjunction probably with other evidence.
In my music video,
and the suspect,
I'm gonna be, that Bad Baby song that we haven't listened to music in a while, but we might have to.
He forced them to take or abuse cocaine. The victim also had a lethal amount of cocaine in her system as well. Was Goodwin's alleged drug habit used in his defense?
Oh wow, I didn't know they were both using when he strangled her to death.
I don't think it would be a defense. I mean, it's possible that his lawyers would have considered it necessary for him to give evidence about his drug use in the event that it could be raised, I suppose, as some sort of means of negating the necessary intent that one would have to have.
Melly?
Or the prosecution would have to prove in a case of murder. But I mean, the use of drugs voluntarily, narcotic drugs voluntarily, not usually evidence which is particularly persuasive unless it's backed up with science.
So are you saying that courts don't usually handle addiction as a mitigating or aggravating factor?
I'm
trying to think.
It is a mitigation factor in circumstances where somebody pleaded guilty, usually to acquisitive kind of crime. So I'm addicted to heroin and I'm on my 4th burglary charge. Then sometimes a court will take the view that perhaps the most appropriate way of dealing with a defendant is to impose some kind of rehabilitative requirements that the defendant attend some kind of drug course or to assist with their addiction. In this kind of case, the outcome on conviction, I think, is
I'm just here. I'll tell you
what can this case teach us about coercive control laws?
He's addicted to power. Yeah.
Well, it can teach us that the
I don't care.
government was
All right.
correct to introduce and continue to introduce legislation which assists prosecutors to bring those to justice who are behaving in such a way in domestic situations, and that lots of victims, I mean, unfortunately, this is an all too familiar tale in Britain of women losing their lives because of controlling men who can't handle either the rejection of their relationship or the loss of control. I think it's important that prosecutors have every weapon available to them to ensure, even in cases which are not fatal, as this one sadly was, that people are brought to justice and punished appropriately.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, because if you could explain, just how common are cases involving both domestic abuse and fatal violence? And for anyone who is going through that right now, what advice do you have for them?
Well, in this, I mean, the situation is so bad that there are specialist domestic violence courts in England. I assume you probably have a similar situation in the United States, and so I think it's very important that there are helplines available to those who are victims of domestic violence, and there are support networks that are set up. No, not just the police, but other agencies that work with the police, social services, and other specialist agencies to assist people who are the victims of domestic violence. The most important thing is that those people seek help, and they seek help quickly, and they're able to be given shelter.
Could this case set any kind of legal precedent?
Wait, there's one video too.
I haven't. I couldn't. I mean, this case, being a first instance criminal trial, it would be difficult to set precedents. It's possible and probable that there will be some form of appeal, as there often is in cases where life sentences are imposed, and it is possible that a point of law had arisen during the trial, would then be litigated upon in the Court of Appeal, and that the precedent could arise as a result of a point of law. As I say, this is not an uncommon situation, unfortunately, in this country, and certainly the sentence imposed, one would hope, has the appropriate deterrent outcome that would set a precedent in that way.
Absolutely, and by the judge.
That's wild. I know that was like a random little case, but all right. So Law and Crime has this like AI video of Diddy. Are you guys into the AI stuff or no? Because I was just gonna play like the recap. Was it a guy who shot her? And I'm kind of like into the AI thing that they're doing. Are you guys into it? It was just like the opening statements, but I was like, all right, well, don't make everything AI. Shit. They better not even think about it. Don't worry, we won't be going AI here on Milliverse. I'm still one of those gals. I don't own a Kindle. I'm a book girl. You know what I mean? Like, I'm one of those girls. My next lawyer gonna be AI. Yeah, if you see anyone acting crazy up here, it was AI. Other than that, it's not AI. They did what in AI? They did opening statements for the Diddy trial. And AI, online crime. Do you guys want to watch it? I was just gonna play the recaps. We can play both. We can watch both. But I was like, AI video of the opening statements. Yes, let's watch it. Okay. Let me pull it up. I thought it was interesting. I'm like, I kind of dig it. Like, because we can't watch it, obviously, because it's a federal case. But I was like, I can dig this. And then I saw that Court TV like did the same thing. And I was like, now they're making like AI. But I'm into that. I'm into it. Okay, we'll watch both. It's fine. No, like, yeah, they do like, okay, let's play it. Pulling it up. We're getting started on the DIDDY content. Kind of intense. Oh, Mobby.
Determine the facts. You and not the court are the sole judges of the facts. The Constitution itself recognizes your unique role in our system of justice. So please pay careful attention to the witnesses and evidence received at trial, as well as my instructions on the law. I thank you for your commitment to performing this civic duty and recognize the sacrifices that you have all made to be here today. We will now begin with opening statements. Is the government prepared to proceed?
It's a Pixar movie.
All right, you may proceed.
This is Sean Combs. To the public, he was Puff Daddy or Diddy, a cultural icon, a businessman larger than life. But there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise.
Like we're watching a movie
During this
together.
trial, you are going to hear about 20 years of the defendant's crimes. But he didn't do it alone. He had an inner circle of bodyguards and high-ranking employees who helped him commit crimes and helped him cover them up.
So Diddy all of a sudden got a bunch of gray hair while he was in jail? I dig it. I dig it too.
Kidnapping, arson, drugs, sex crimes, bribery, and obstruction. These are just some of the crimes that the defendant and his inner circle committed again and again. You are going to hear about all of them during this trial. Let's start now with just one night. The defendant was on the hunt for his girlfriend, a woman named Cassie. For years, the defendant physically abused Cassie. He also sexually exploited her, forcing her to have sex with male escorts while he watched and recorded it. But that night, the defendant learned he had lost control of Cassie. He found out Cassie was seeing another man. Furious, he set out to find Cassie and that other man, but he couldn't do it by himself. So he took his gun and he took his bodyguard, one of his most loyal lieutenants, to wake up one of the defendant's employees in the middle of the night. The defendant yelled that he was going to kill the man Cassie was with. He demanded that his employee take him to that man's home. The defendant forced the employee out of her apartment and into an SUV. They drove to the house. The defendant and his bodyguard broke in, but no one was there. The defendant did give up. He kept looking for Cassie. When he finally found her, he did what he had done countless times before. He beat her brutally, kicking her in the back and flinging her around like a rag doll. All of that violence wasn't enough, though. The defendant had to make sure he had control over Cassie once again. So he threatened her. The defendant told Cassie that if she defied him again, he would publicly release the videos of her having sex with male escorts that he kept as blackmail. Souvenirs of the most humiliating nights of her life. This was just one night in the defendant's 2 decades of crime. In one night, he and his lieutenant kidnapped an employee, broke into a man's house, and the defendant beat and blackmailed his girlfriend. And as you will learn, this was just the tip of the iceberg. These are not the only crimes the defendant committed. That's not the only time he kidnapped someone, and Cassie is not the only woman he beat or sexually exploited. For 20 years, the defendant, with the help of his trusted inner circle, committed crime after crime. That's why we're here today. That's what this case is about. 20 years of crime is a lot to cover. So first, I'm going to walk you through what evidence in this case will show. Then I will explain a little bit about the charges, and then I will tell you how the government will prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt.
I kind of like this AI stuff, and I know we know the details on the Diddy case, but I am still shook hearing it all in trial. I can't believe this.
So what will the evidence show? You'll learn that the defendant was a musician who created an empire. He had a record label, Bad Boy Records, and other businesses that he ran or controlled. Those businesses made the defendant rich, and he used money and resources from those companies to build his reputation and to feed his every desire. To do that, he relied on an inner circle of people closest to him, like his bodyguards, chief of staff, and other high-ranking employees who ran all aspects of his life. Together, the group worked to promote the defendant's power. They carefully cultivated and guarded his reputation. And they worked to get the defendant everything he wanted. He sometimes called himself the king, and he expected to be treated like one.
What?
He expected his inner circle to cater to his every desire, including his sexual desires. For years, the defendant used his inner circle and his company's resources to sexually exploit multiple women, including women he forced and manipulated into having sex with male escorts, meaning men who the defendant paid to have sex with women while he watched. No matter what, the defendant and his inner circle made sure he got everything he wanted. Many times that involved committing crimes together and then covering up those crimes. Those crimes included violent acts, like when the defendant brought his bodyguard and his gun to kidnap the employee I mentioned earlier. But you'll hear about the other violence too, like when the defendant's bodyguards kidnapped the same employee another time, forcing her to sit through days of lie detector tests, or when the defendant had a man's car set on fire, or when the defendant dangled a woman over a balcony.
Okay, the Kid Cudi thing is wild. That's crazy.
You'll see and hear evidence
I
of
can't
all
believe
of
he did
this.
that.
The defendant had impossible demands. When his employees failed to meet those demands, the defendant threw things at them, threatened them, hit them, or pressured them to take drugs. He even sexually assaulted one of them. You'll also hear how the defendant used his employees to get and distribute drugs. They delivered those drugs whenever the defendant asked, including so he could give those same drugs to the women he was forcing to have sex with male escorts. He transported those women and those escorts across state lines and even out of the country for those sex acts. And he used his inner circle and the vast resources of his business empire to help arrange those trips and make the women available to him. Let me be very clear on this next point. This case is not about a celebrity's private sexual preferences. The evidence will show that the sexual conduct at issue in this case was coercive and criminal because the defendant made women have sex when they did not want to, because he threatened them, he drugged help, he lied to them, and he even used violence to make them do it. A lot of this trial will focus on just two of those women, Cassie, who I talked about earlier, and Jane. Some of the details of what happened to Cassie and Jane may be hard to hear, but this is what the evidence will show happened. The defendant used lies, drugs, threats, and violence to force and coerce
prosecution statements, opening statements.
First Cassie and later Jane to have sex with him in front of male escorts. The defendant insisted that the sex occur in a very specific, highly orchestrated way. These sexual performances lasted multiple days and involved multiple escorts. The defendant called these encounters by different names over the years. First, freak-offs, later wild king nights or hotel nights. Week after week, the defendant directed freak-offs in hotels across the country and sometimes out of the country. At times, the defendant had escorts and the women travel from out of state, so the defendant's staff sometimes organized flights, cars, and hotels. The defendant's businesses paid those expenses. The defendant had particular demands for freak-offs. At his direction, the defendant's staff set up the room in advance with supplies, like his preferred lighting, extra linens, and lubricant. His staff remained on call to refresh anything the defendant needed, like cash to pay the escorts or drugs for the women and the defendant. The hotel rooms were dark. The defendant instructed Cassie and Jane how to look, to dress in lingerie, wear tall platform high heels, and have manicured white nails. The defendant selected drugs.
I wish they did it for the entire trial, Austin. I think it's awesome since we can't see it. How long are you on there tonight? All night, baby. All night. You spending the night with Melly.
Drugs for
yeah,
Cassie
I
and
really
Jane
like
to
it.
take. Usually MDMA, also known as Molly or ecstasy. Sometimes those drugs made Cassie and Jane sick, but they also made the woman more uninhibited and sexually aroused. The defendant fed Cassie and Jane drugs throughout the freak-off so they could stay awake and perform for him for hours and days at a time. Once an escort arrived, the defendant dictated every step of the sexual activity that followed. Sexual activity that followed the same pattern. And he expected the women to enjoy themselves, to appear to, while they did it. The defendant masturbated throughout the freak-offs and often video recorded part of them. Now, I want to tell you more about Cassie and about Jade. Cassie was a 19-year-old model, an aspiring singer with a hit song when she met the defendant in 2006. The defendant was 17 years older than her and the head of a record label. Soon, Cassie was signed to a 10-album deal with the label. The defendant pursued Cassie, and within a year, they were dating. They stayed together on and off until about 2018. During that time, Cassie tried to work on her music and in modeling and acting, but the defendant made her turn down many opportunities. Instead, he paid for Cassie's cars, her apartments, and some of her day-to-day expenses. Although Cassie recorded music constantly, the defendant, the head of her record label, had final say on the music that she released. It was never another album. The defendant started abusing Cassie early on. Initially, Cassie fought back, but time and again, the defendant hit Cassie in the head, threw her to the ground and kicked her, and dragged her by the hair. In 2009, the defendant threw Cassie to the floor of an SUV and stomped repeatedly on her face. To hide her injuries, the defendant forced Cassie to stay in a hotel for the next week. He refused to let her leave and had a staff check on her to make sure she stayed put. The defendant also introduced Cassie to freak-offs early on.
I love Cassie.
Soon, the defendant made it Cassie's job to find and book escorts for freak-offs. Freak-offs that were happening as often as once a week for days at a time, meaning that for almost half of every week, Cassie was in a dark hotel room, high and awake for days, performing sex acts that she did not want to do on male escorts. Cassie will tell you how she felt like she was choking when the defendant made an escort urinate in her mouth, and how she overdosed at a freak-off when she still had an open wound on her face from the defendant's most recent assault. The defendant's physical attacks on Cassie happened at the freak-offs too. As you
Diddy liked to watch someone urinate in her mouth. I'm gonna need someone to explain that to me real quick. Like what? Why is this like R. Kelly all over again? Okay, thank you for making a stop by. Thank you. But no can do, sir. R. Kelly vibes, right? Is this the exact? Yeah, it is. It's AI version of it. This is the prosecution's opening statements.
We'll see on video during this trial, the defendant hit and kicked Cassie in the hallway of an LA hotel, trying to drag her back to the room where they had been with an escort. We'll talk more about that video later. Cassie tried the first freak-off because she loved the defendant and wanted to make him happy. After that, she knew it was not something she wanted to do, but because of the defendant, it became almost
if that's what you like.
did. Because if Cassie didn't do what the defendant wanted,
if that's what you like, so be it. But like, there's so many other factors that play into this, right? Like the whole video, we're going to watch that.
Consequences were severe. Physically, the defendant beat her viciously, exploding over even the tiniest slight and beating her to show who was in charge. He beat her when she didn't answer the phone when he called. He beat her when she left a freak off without his permission. He beat her when he thought she took too long in the bathroom. The defendant taught Cassie that defying him could and often would end in violence. And when she tried to run away, he always found her, often with the help of his inner circle. And Cassie's career and livelihood were also in the defendant's hands, something the defendant made clear to Cassie. He told her he could destroy her career by releasing the videos that he recorded of her performing sex acts on dozens and dozens of male escorts. So Cassie knew that failing to please the defendant, refusing his demands, had more than just physical consequences.
I kind of love it.
It had the power to ruin her life. The defendant's control, the defendant's violence, and the defendant's threats. That is how the defendant ensured Cassie could not say no to him. So time and again, when the defendant suggested to Cassie that they have a freak off, she knew she had no choice but to agree and went to work setting one up. She texted the escorts, arranged for them to come to hotels, and put on the performance the defendant wanted. Her livelihood and her safety depended on keeping him happy. Cassie's relationship with the defendant was complicated. You will hear during this trial that both Cassie and the defendant were unfaithful, jealous, and at times angry. but only one of them had power. Only one had control, and that was the defendant. And with that power and with that control, he made Cassie do his bidding in those dark hotel rooms. You'll learn, though, that Cassie was not the only woman the defendant did this to. This was a part.
If she was the only one, I don't know. I would still believe her, even if she was the only one. But there's Danny Kane. Aaliyah can't even be here to speak. Blue Cantrell, like what? She got real quiet too. Wait, did I say Aubrey O'Day from Danny Kane? Then there's the whole thing with Kim Porter. Don't believe she died from pneumonia because Brittany Murphy died from the same thing, and that was a whole thing with Ashton Kutcher and Diddy. I don't believe that. Diddy was a termite? Yuck. I heard that in another live we're going to watch in a little bit. I know how you guys feel about Nancy Grace, but we're going to watch. I kind of like her. Like, I know she's a little much, and I know she's kind of shady in some of the things she's done. I'm going to say it just outright. If you dig into it, we might have to do a deep dive on Nancy Grace. But I still think she's kind of funny, even though she's really rude. Like in this new clip that she talks about Diddy stuff is hilarious, but she, you know how she is. Cassie is no way innocent. Wow. Okay. This is the total setup. Aubrey's taking the stand too. I can't wait. The security guard mentioned something about cyanide and that causes pneumonia too. Well, I don't know about that. All those millions paid into her account really kept her stuck. Apparently her fame kept her from. 20 mil? I don't think that's enough for pee in my mouth. Not like that. What happened to the 50? Wasn't it like 50 million that she had originally asked for? Right. No, she's not. Maxwell's the worst.
Of a pattern. Now, I want to tell you about Jane. Jane was a single mom who started spending time with the defendant in 2020. The defendant pursued
I'm so happy Aubrey finally gets her day of work. She's been waiting.
Jane was not seeing other men, but the defendant was seeing other women at the time. So his relationship with Jane was not at all public. For the first few months, their sex life was just the two of them, and Jane was happy. That was until the defendant introduced Jane to freak-offs. One night, when they had already taken drugs and been having sex for hours, the defendant told Jane about freak-offs. Jane agreed to try one to make the defendant happy. To her surprise, the defendant said he would make it happen immediately, that very same night. He took her to a hotel where a room was already set up and an escort was on the way. Jane was nervous, and the defendant directed her step by step. Jane thought the first freak-off was a one-time wild night. Jane was wrong. The defendant continued asking Jane to have freak-offs and promising that if she did, they would spend quality time together. They would go on dates together. They would go on trips. That was what Jane wanted more than anything, a real relationship. So she agreed. She helped plan freak-offs and reach out to escorts. But even though the defendant promised her quality time and trips, he never delivered. Those were just lies he told her to get more nights in dark hotel rooms with escorts. Jane will tell you about those nights in detail. How she wanted the escorts to wear condoms, but many times the defendant did not let them. And Jane will tell you how he had her take drugs to stay awake and aroused for days. Jane tried twice to make it through these nights without drugs. The first time she broke down and had took ecstasy to finish performing for the defendant. The second time, Jane vomited after having sex with one escort. How did the defendant respond?
Wow.
He told her to hurry up and get back into the room where another escort was waiting. Early on, Jane told the defendant that she didn't like freak-offs and she just wanted to be alone with him. She loved him desperately and wanted a real relationship with him.
Wow.
The defendant did not listen. Feeling stuck and sick of the strangers the defendant kept bringing to these hotel rooms, Jane tried to assert herself in small ways. She found two men who performed in pornography, and she invited them to join the freak-offs. That way, Jane could at least choose the other man she was forced to be intimate with. Like he did with Cassie, the defendant eventually took steps to control Jane financially. The defendant wanted Jane available with him at a moment's notice, and he discouraged her from working. Jane's income plummeted. The defendant gave Jane money and later started paying rent for the house that she lived with her child. That way, when Jane resisted the freak-offs and told him over and over that she wanted to stop, he had the power to coerce her back into hotel rooms. And just as he had with Cassie, the defendant threatened Jane with the videos he recorded of her engaging in sex acts with the escorts. But the lies and the drugs and the threats were not the end of it. Not even a year ago today, Jane had the worst day of her life. The defendant came to Jane's house for an at-home date night. She and the defendant argued about another woman that the defendant had been seeing. Jane was upset and jealous. She had now spent years in hotel rooms for forced sex while the defendant took his other girlfriends for dates and trips. Jane hit the defendant and threw things at him. The defendant became enraged, so Jane tried to get away from him and hide. She ran to her bedroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to her bathroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to her closet and locked the door. He kicked it open. She ran to the guest bedroom and locked the door. He kicked it open. She tried to run out the front door, but he grabbed her in a chokehold, lifted her off the ground by her neck, and kicked her to the ground. Later that night, they fought again. And just as he had with Cassie, the defendant viciously attacked Jane. He punched her in the face, kicked her while she was curled up in a ball on the ground, dragged her by her hair and her arm, and slapped Jane's face so hard she fell over. When all of this was over, the defendant still did not let Jane be. Instead, he told Jane, "You're not going to my night." The defendant instructed her to put on an outfit and call up an escort for a freak-off. He made Jane cover her black eye and bruising, take an ecstasy pill, and perform for the defendant with that escort. Jane followed his instructions. Like with Cassie, the defendant's violence had gotten him what he wanted. The defendant's sexual violence did not stop at freak-offs, though. Cassie will tell you about a time when the defendant forced himself on her, having sex with her as she cried and repeatedly told him no. And Mia, an employee who the defendant worked to the bone for years, will tell you about the times that the defendant forced himself on her sexually, putting his hand up her dress, unzipping his pants, and forcing her to perform oral sex and sneaking into her bed to penetrate her against her will. As I said before, the defendant had the power and the control, endless resources, and a loyal inner circle who would stop at nothing to get what he wanted. Amidst all this violence, the defendant and his inner circle had to make sure that nothing put the defendant's public image and his power at risk. So as tirelessly as the defendant's inner circle worked to meet the defendant's every need, they also worked to cover up his crimes. Remember the video of the LA hotel of the defendant attacking Cassie during a freak-off? You will hear just how far the defendant, his bodyguards, and his chief of staff went to get what they thought was the only copy of that video. The defendant first tried to pay off hotel security guard with a wad of cash in exchange for his silence. Then the defendant and his chief of staff reached out to a different hotel security guard to broker a deal. In exchange for the video from the hotel, the defendant gave the security guard a brown paper bag full of $100,000 in cash, while the defendant's bodyguard and his chief of staff stood by. This is far from the only time the defendant's inner circle tried to close ranks and do damage control. You'll hear how the inner circle covered up the defendant's brutal beatings by keeping Cassie in hiding for days. You'll hear about the inner circle contacting witnesses of the defendant's abuse to feed them lies, including even after he knew about the investigation in this case. Again and again, the defendant and his inner circle tried to keep the defendant's crimes out of public view to protect his reputation and to protect his power. That is what the evidence in this case will show. For all of this, the defendant is charged with multiple federal crimes. You'll hear a lot more on the charges at the end of the trial when the judge instructs you on the law and his instructions control. But for now, there are just a few points I want to highlight so you have context for what you'll hear during this case. First,
let me turn off my
the defendant is charged with racketeering conspiracy based on his agreement to commit crimes as part of an enterprise. I expect the judge will tell you an enterprise is a group of people who work together for a common purpose of engaging in a course of conduct over a time. Here, you will learn that the enterprise is the inner circle I talked about, the bodyguards and the high-ranking employees like chiefs of staff. Some of these people came and went over 20 years, but I expect the evidence will show that the defendant was a through line. He remained at the top, running the group, and he always had trusted bodyguards and advisors helping him. Together, they agreed to commit different crimes, including kidnapping and arson, distributing drugs to other people, exploiting employees for labor, and in Mia's case, sex, bribery and obstruction, sex trafficking, and transporting people for prostitution. That's all covered by the racketeering conspiracy charge. The defendant is also charged separately for sex trafficking Cassie and Jane through force, fraud, or coercion. Again, the judge's instructions control, but I expect you'll learn that fraud includes a lie about a material fact. Coercion includes threats, and force includes violence. The defendant is charged with using all three tactics to make Cassie and Jane participate in days-long, drug-fueled, recorded sexual encounters with male escorts against their will. Finally, he was charged with transporting Cassie, Jane, and male escorts across state lines for these sexual encounters. How will the government prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of these crimes? You'll hear from witnesses, including Cassie and Jane, two of the defendant's victims. They will tell you how the defendant tried to control their lives from their homes to their careers, how the defendant used his control over them, his lies, his drugs, his threats, and his violence to force and coerce them into having sex with male escorts. Cassie and Jane will describe freak-offs for you in painstaking detail. They will tell you some of the most personal and painful experiences of their lives. The days they spent awake in hotel rooms, high on drugs, dressed as characters to perform the defendant's fantasy just as he directed them to. You'll also hear from some of the defendant's employees. You'll hear from Mia, who worked as the defendant's personal assistant for years, the employee he sexually assaulted. Mia is just beginning to grapple with the times the defendant forced himself on her sexually. Mia will tell you how she could not talk about what happened to her until recently, how she wanted to take the secret of what the defendant did to her grave. You will hear from the employee who the defendant forced into an SUV with a gun from one of the defendant's chefs and from other personal assistants. They will tell you they worked punishing hours and days for the defendant. At times,
could Cassie be lying? Like people say, maybe she's lying, maybe she, she played into it, whatever it is. But there's so many other people too,
without any sleep,
that have said
they will tell you how the defendant ordered them to buy drugs for him, how they used all the resources at their disposal to make sure the defendant always had everything he desired, how they were expected to keep quiet about what they saw and what they heard in the defendant's homes. You will learn that some of these witnesses and victims, including Cassie, have already received financial settlements from the defendant or have filed lawsuits against the defendant. But these witnesses will tell you they'd trade any money from the defendant for not having been abused. You will also hear from some of the escorts who participated in freak-offs with Cassie and Jane. They will tell you how the defendant directed the sexual activity between escorts and Cassie or Jane, down to the detail of how they touched each other, the specific sex acts they performed, all while the defendant filmed it. You will even hear from an escort who saw the defendant assault Cassie and drag her by her hair during a freak-off. In addition to these witnesses, you will see documents that prove the defendant's crimes. You'll see records from hotels, car services, and airlines showing the dates and locations when the escorts and women traveled to meet the defendant for freak-offs. You will see records of the physical damage the defendant in his freak-offs caused the hotel rooms where he stayed. You will see dozens and dozens of text messages about freak-offs, including messages from the defendant to his staff asking for more cash to pay escorts. Messages where the defendant tells Cassie what drugs to take and when before freak-off. And messages from Jane to the defendant telling him over and over again that she did not want to do freak-offs. And you will see videos of some of the freak-offs, the videos the defendant used to blackmail Cassie and to blackmail Jane.
I really wish they would do every day like this. Sadly, it's just opening statements. I wish they would do every day like this. So I really like it because we can't watch it. So, because If we could, then obviously we would rather watch that, right? But
those videos capture just small parts of these days-long performances. In them, you can hear the defendant providing direction to Cassie and Jane, and you will see Cassie and Jane do exactly what the defendant tells them to do. You will see them put on performances high on ecstasy, where they pretend to enjoy themselves because that's what the defendant said he wanted. You will see for yourselves the defendant's violence in its aftermath. You will see photos of Cassie and her injuries from the defendant's assaults. You will hear from witnesses who saw the defendant assault Cassie or saw injuries he inflicted on her. You will see photos of the damage the defendant did when he kicked in 4 doors at Jane's home. And you will see videos of Jane with bruising still on her face days after the defendant attacked her and forced her to do a freak off not even a year ago. You will see for yourself what the defendant had in his homes in March 2024 when they were searched. Guns, the defendant's so-called med bag full of illegal drugs, and freak-off supplies like lubricant and platform high heels. Finally, you will see and hear evidence of how the defendant and his inner circle works to keep his reputation and his power intact for all these years. You will see the agreement signed by the hotel security guard barring him from speaking about the $100,000 that the defendant paid him for the hotel security video. You will hear recordings of phone calls when the defendant called Jane after Cassie had filed a lawsuit. You will hear him. You will hear him try to manipulate Jane into saying she wanted to have freak-offs. You will hear him interrupt Jane when she pushes back. You will hear the defendant's veiled references to continuing to pay for Jane's home in exchange for her silence. You will see the text messages the defendant sent to his chief of staff right after talking to Jane to make sure that Jane's rent would still be paid on time. The evidence will come in piece by piece. It won't always come in chronological order, but by the end of this trial, when you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will see how it all fits together. You will see how it proves that the defendant led and controlled an enterprise that enabled him and others working for him to commit many crimes. How it proves that he forced and coerced Cassie and Jane into sex with male escorts, including by having them travel to other states and countries so that those sex acts could happen. And you will see how all of these crimes and the empire the defendant controlled was designed to fulfill his sexual desires, to protect his reputation, and to keep his power. At the end of this trial, we will have the opportunity to speak with you again. But between now and then, I would ask that you do 3 things. First, please pay close attention to the evidence. Second, please follow the judge's instruction on the law. And third, please use and trust your common sense. If you do all that, you will reach the only verdict that is consistent with the law and the evidence in this case, that the defendant, Sean Combs, is guilty.
Wow. I'm shocked. I can't believe it. Okay, we're gonna watch the hotel video. I guess it was released, and it's like a 10-minute video. We already seen it, where she gets, where he attacks her, but we're gonna watch it. So, trigger warning, domestic violence. This is pretty brutal, but we're gonna watch it since the trial's going.
We're breaking down the video frame by frame and hearing from an expert about what this means for Diddy's case. This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie. For the first time, we're getting our eyes on that infamous Intercontinental Hotel video, that really famous one showing the alleged assault of Cassie Ventura. And trigger warning right here, right from the top. It's pretty disturbing, actually, so much so that we're not allowed to show you everything. You know, we'll show when it gets there. I'm showing you as much as I can, you guys, but trigger warning just in general, this does show assault and can be upsetting. Before we get into the video, really quickly, I have to go through and lay out what P. Diddy is facing. Right now, Sean Combs, 55-year-old, is facing multiple federal sex crimes charges, including racketeering conspiracy,
I know,
sex
why do I want to
trafficking,
watch
forced
that?
fraud or coercion, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He's pleaded not guilty to all of these charges, and that's why
I
we're
found
here
it.
right now and have this unedited.
I think I just found like the actual video. Yeah, I did. Where nobody's like talking, so. Sorry, we're gonna watch that one. I know. Don't get mad at me. Yikes. Sorry, I just pulled it up. Oh wait, did I just pull up I just pulled up the same one. Oh no. I don't think there's any sound to this. Oh. She's like trying to get her stuff. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe this. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, I haven't seen this part. Oh my God. Do you see him? He's like a demon coming at her. Oh, you can see in the mirror. Oh, he's just being crazy. Oh my gosh. I can't. Yeah, he's done this before so many times. You can just tell. He's like, whatever. Look at him. Oh my God. The audacity. I can't believe it. I mean, I can, but I can't. Look at her put her hand up. He just goes and sits on a chair. Like, what? Oh my God. See this, like when I watch this video, it changes everything. I'm like, I don't care if he was coming off of drugs, on drugs. Like this is normal behavior for him. Look at him. Look at him. He is a lunatic. He needs to be in prison. Regardless of if it was a one-time thing, which we know it wasn't. That man running down the hallway like this. Look at him. I'm like, look at him. This is, whoa. What? I can't even. He is just a monster. I need to know, Diddy, what made you this way? Who hurt you? Like, who hurt you? Because this is no good. You have issues, mental health issues and celebrity issues, and I don't feel for him. I feel for Cassie and Kim Porter, who's unfortunately not here to speak for herself. Aaliyah is not here to speak for her herself. J-Lo's not going to speak. Aubrey O'Day is going to speak. Like, he keeps coming back to the hallway. Like, this is crazy. He's insane. Exactly, Miss P. What is he even doing? Like, what is what is he saying? I wish we could hear it. Why can't we hear it? That's ridiculous. Oh. The hotel got involved and he's in his towel? Or is that his security? Wait, what? I'm really curious. Is that from the hotel or is that... I'm just... Imagine being a celebrity and this being you. Like, taking it all for granted. Like, if I had as much money as Diddy, oh my God. You know what I mean? Like, wow. Like I said, who hurt him? Like, what happened to him to make him act like this? Is it the money and the fame? Is it childhood issues, childhood abuse issues, mental health issues, all of the above, or just evil, inconsiderate, greedy person? Does she go back? Or is she leaving? I can't tell. No, because if she was leaving, she'd be going out this way, right? No one ever says no, I feel like, to famous people. Trying to get her stuff. I mean, just leave. I don't know. Have someone else come get your stuff. Right? I would not want to go back into a room where someone was beating the shit out of me like he just did to her in that hallway. Yeah, this is a Diddy video. It's the unedited version of it. Yeah, the hotel manager was definitely involved. Who is that? Let's have him speak up. Ask him if he wants to go on Ashley Brown. We need to hear from him. That's all she knows. Yeah, I think at that time, that's all she knows. He's still going around in his towel, like, go into your room. Like, unless you have that whole floor rented out, like, what are you doing out in your towel like that? Is he, like, literally calling her? The manager called the people to come clean up right away because of Diddy. And that's what happened here. That's what I'm seeing. It's like the manager walks back, housekeeping comes by, and they have a big ass bin. What's in there? Like all the freak off stuff? Ew, yeah, probably. There's like urine sheets and like gross bodily fluids. Oh, is this like another angle? Oh my God. I wonder what she's saying. The video in the hotel got paid off. Imagine wanting to get paid off. What did they get? Like 20,000? Wasn't it 20,000 that one, the hotel or the guy, the security? Anything to keep him away. This is just like, she had her bag. once you get wrapped up in that stuff, it's hard to get out of it, especially if you knew he did shady stuff. I just, like, now he's lost his whole career and he's done. I think he's done. Regardless of whether people think or you think Kathleen it was complicit or into it, I don't think so. I can play that one too. I don't think that like, I think that video, and I just think Diddy's done. It's all pretty bad, right? Okay, before I move on to the defense AI opening statements, let me see if I can find the video. I know that other, oh yeah, here it is. The last year's, I think, wasn't it just like 38 seconds? She wasn't there. Who wasn't there? Cassie was there, right? Yeah, we're gonna watch a clip on the I have a clip on the Diddy stuff. So we're gonna watch this let me see. This is just a short clip. I have that clip though of Diddy where he pats Justin Bieber down, and then I know how we feel about Nancy Grace, but she actually, I like her Diddy content. She's actually really I watched another one of her things earlier today, and I want to watch it with you guys. But I do have oh yeah, this is the one I want to watch. Okay. Hold the phone. Hold the telefono. Okay. Okay, I think this is, I don't know if this is a better, I know there's one angle that really shows like
captured inside of a Los Angeles hotel in 2016 allegedly shows Combs assaulting then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hallway. A now settled lawsuit filed by Ventura claimed that she was trying to leave the hotel after a drunken Combs punched her.
It's the same thing.
The video appears to show Combs chasing her down the hall, throwing her to the ground, and then repeatedly kicking.
Where's the one where he throws a vase? I didn't see that part. Is that a different video? Like a different part of it? Because I want to see where he threw the vase. Or did I miss that? Because doesn't he throw a vase at her? This is like, there's so much of this content. It's crazy. Oh, here we go. I think it's this from 2 years ago is like the same thing that we just watched. I remember he throws a vase, so yeah, this is the same thing. It's the CNN one. Because isn't that who released it the first time? The vase was, oh, is that where it was in the police photos? Yeah, I just remember the vase or someone. Yeah, that was the full video. So that was what I think that just released. So we watched the whole thing. I can't believe it. Okay, we're gonna watch the Nancy Grace clip. Then we'll watch the Bieber clip, and then we'll watch the opening defense, the AI. Oh wait, where'd it go? The Nancy Grace, where she's way too much for me, but I don't know. It's kind of funny. She's so mean in the clip we're about to watch. She's so mean. Because of the I know how you guys feel about her, but just suck it up because it's good. There's a good guest, and that's actually kind of funny.
Breaking news tonight: Sean Combs' Diddy's Tootsie Roll revealed as Cassie Ventura on cross-examination all day.
No, I'm not.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us.
Black eyes, fat lips, mouth sores, many UTIs. She was expected to go through with these free. The fact.
Oh, did I fast forward too much?
Wait. You mean the state did not stand up that moment and object?
Actually, I don't know, Jules. I might be getting a little tired.
What's wrong with them?
Well, they objected, and then the defense had to rephrase the question a few times. And it seems like that's happening a lot here. It's state of mind versus truth. That seems to be the theme. So there are a lot of objections, a lot of sidebars over this evidence, specifically the evidence of text messages and emails.
Sure.
Oh, my stars. In just a moment, I'm going to go to high-profile lawyer Greg Morse, because if you want to be a trial lawyer, you've got to be like a gunslinger in the Wild West and have split-second timing, because you have to object the minute that question comes out of the other side's mouth before your witness can answer. That's the whole point. You don't let the answer start and let the question sink into the jury. No. Oh, they're slow on the draw. Okay, give me the highlights of what's happening with Cassie Ventura on the stand.
Yes, Cassie Ventura during cross-examination, I feel like the defense is being gentle. She's being cross-examined by one of Diddy's attorneys, Anna Estevella. And when I say that she's being gentle, they actually are sharing a few laughs on the stand when Cassie saw a 2007 email that she wrote Diddy. But essentially what we're seeing are emails of Cassie saying that she would do a freak off at any point with him. And these emails are coming in about 2.5 years after their relationship. There's also talk about how she would, quote, travel anywhere for him, do anything for him.
Dude,
again, about
Nancy
2 years into their
so
relationship,
dramatic.
when
I
she
love it.
testified during direct that she was being abused during this time and she didn't want to do freak offs. Additionally, during direct, she testified that she would be forced to do these freak offs during her period. Well, the defense showed us text messages today about Diddy asking her about when her period was for the purpose of FO planning. Additionally, they are showing pictures of Cassie texting Diddy getting off jets after an FO weekend, saying, I had a great time.
Hold on, back it up just a minute. Lauren Cullen joining me from the courthouse. So there were texts shown to the jury where Sean Combs, defendant Sean Combs, asked Cassie about her period as it relates to planning freak offs. At any point in those texts, did Sean Combs, say, oh, okay, we won't have a freak off that week? Did that happen?
She did not say, no, we won't have a freak off, but Cassie's response was that she was going to miss her period that month.
Okay, so I'm curious about what the state's going to do with that, because they left it hanging. He's not offering not to have a freak off during her period. How do I know he didn't plan the freak off specifically because she was having a period? I don't know. After all I've heard, that's possible. Okay, back to you, Lauren. What else happened?
Nancy
So
is
I
like
want to tell you
on one.
also what seems to be relevant for the defense, or what they're trying to prove, is Sean Combs's alleged opioid addiction. They are asking Cassie, did you think or did you know he was addicted to opioids? And she said, yes, he told me. And then they go on to say, well, don't you think that, you know, when he was coming down from opioids or when he was withdrawing, he was a bit more volatile? In my opinion, they are really pushing this, that, you know, when he was withdrawing from drugs, that's when he was violent, and that's why he was violent.
Okay. What I guess they're forgetting with all of that legal power on the defense team is that drugs and alcohol, voluntary use of drugs or alcohol, are never a defense. Okay.
Right.
Back to what she
That's
is saying
why I
on the
like
stand.
Nancy
Tell me
sometimes.
how she's looked on the stand so far
She's
on
nuts.
cross-examination.
She's not wrong.
Well, like I said, she shared some laughs with Anna Estevea, and she does appear relaxed, and she's handling it so well. I mean, again, she's 8.5 months pregnant, and
I
you know,
can't believe
she's very
8.5
calm.
months pregnant.
Her demeanor is poised.
Testifying.
And Anna Estevea has even said to Cassie, look,
Like,
because
what?
again, Nancy, we have heard and seen some very
I thought
explicit
her
text
water was
messages
gonna
and
break up
emails
there
from Diddy
stress.
and Cassie to each other. And Estevea is saying, look, if you don't want to read these, you don't have to. And Nancy, they are very graphic. We're hearing a lot that maybe I did not need to hear. Additionally, Cassie is showing that she is being open and honest with her communication with Diddy, sending him paragraphs about how she feels about freak-offs. But in this particular paragraph or email, she's saying, look, I don't know if I want to do it because I feel like that's all I'm good for. So the defense is showing us that, hey, Cassie, you were open and honest with Diddy, but you know, you're saying that you couldn't be at a certain point. So it's, you know, again, it's early, and I feel like the cross-examination is going to last about 2 days.
Now, I understand that Combs's lawyer is seemingly suggesting that the freak-offs that he Combs forced her to participate in were simply part of a swinger lifestyle. But Ventura is pretty strong on the stand, stating that a swinger lifestyle is very different than forcing her to be in freak-offs practically every week of their multi-year relationship.
Yes, and Cassie testified yesterday also that she didn't want to be a swinger because she didn't really want to see Combs with another woman. However, today we saw a message exchanged from Cassie to Diddy where she says that she wants to see him with another woman as part of this fantasy. And I'm paraphrasing, but I think a lot of us were like, oh, okay, that's not great. And we're seeing a lot of that, a lot of contradictions with the period, with the talk of another woman. And I believe that they are showing pictures of Cassie and Diddy getting off airplanes after freak-off weekends to negate the trafficking charges.
Okay, you know, a close look at the law will negate that premise they're trying to advance. But I'm really curious about the freak-offs and about them pressing Cassie Ventura on the stand on cross-examination about the lawsuit, as if the lawsuit was all her fault, that there was no basis to the lawsuit. How did Cassie Ventura hold up when they were grilling her about the lawsuit, the $20 million lawsuit?
20 mil?
Like I said, she was great. She seemed unfazed, unaffected, poised, and she, you know, she admitted after Estevea had to rephrase the question a few times that, yeah, the lawsuit that she filed did not help his career.
And isn't it true, Lauren Collin, that in one email they presented to her on cross-examination, she was very, very young, and she was describing how grateful she was to Sean Combs helping her get a leg up in the music industry. And she started laughing. She goes, yeah, I was really young then.
Yes, absolutely. But she also pointed out that during the time that she met Sean Combs, she had her own money. She was successful in her own right with modeling. And she was dating a man named Ryan Leslie, who was a music producer, who helped her out a lot. And he was actually the one that introduced her to Diddy. Now, the defense, you know, they made a point to say, well, Miss Ventura, wasn't Ryan Leslie 10 years older than you? Because Cassie did say on the stand numerous times Sean Combs is 17 years older than her. She, alluded to the fact that she was taken advantage of. So yeah, they had to point out, well, you've dated older men before.
In addition to Lauren Conlon joining us at the courthouse and Sydney Sumner also covering the trial, straight out to Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of LA, author of Deal Breakers. You can see her on Peacock now and find her at drbethanymarshall.com.
I don't think her dating older guys
having worked
has
with
anything to
battered
do with her
women
picking
for
Diddy, like
decades,
maybe
including on the
in some
hotline at the Battered
aspect,
Women
but
Center and
I
representing
don't think
them
it
in
should play a
court
role.
once the case turned into a felony.
Uh-huh.
Very often, female victims are full of contradictions. For instance, they try to go along with what the abuser wants them to do. They play along. They don't tell their friends or their family they're getting beaten or abused. They act like they are amenable to much of the abuse, but there are reasons for that. And it's really hard to understand it. Explain.
Well, what I hear in the testimony this morning is that there's a young girl who's very, very much in love with the perpetrator, and she believes this is a real love relationship. So she's trying to hang on to the love. She doesn't realize she's being sex trafficked, and that at first she doesn't. So all of his malevolence, his antagonism, his abuse really makes her double down and want his love even more. And research shows that the more tenuous an attachment is, the more the woman will try to hold on to the love object. So I hear her just placating him and fending off abuse and trying to make sure that she's in his good graces because she's harboring the illusion that she might be important to him someday.
Joining me in addition to Dr. Bethany Marshall, special guest Rob Shooter, host of Naughty But Nice podcast, former publicist to Sean Combs, and author of The 4-Word Answer.
Former publicist.
You know him
Diddy?
very well and saw many of his mood swings, and that's certainly euphemistic, putting perfume on the pig there.
Oh my God,
Did you
Nancy.
ever see the bad side of Diddy?
I saw the bad side of Diddy. I saw a grumpy and angry, aggressive side of Diddy. I didn't see a side of Diddy that I'm seeing right now, though, in this trial. It's horrifying, the details, the texts, the intimate conversations. But I did see, let me say, Nancy, I saw a really good side of Diddy, and that's what makes this so complicated for everybody involved. He's arguably one of the most charming people
He broke her and then controlled her.
Met. He can turn it on.
Yo.
He can play the game, and that's why people like Cassie.
He did so much more than break her. I think Cassie was a slave to Diddy. I think she was like a slave. He lured her in. He loved bombed her. They were in a relationship. She was stuck. She was doing degrading, brutal, horrific, disgusting, appalling, nasty, horrifying, what else? Like shocking, dreadful, inconsiderate, unkind, distasteful, disrespectful. I mean, the way he beat her in that hallway. What? They were all victims. She was stuck all right and became his victim. I think it's Stockholm victim. He had so much money. Dehumanizing, exactly. I was saying, like, and right, Debbie. She was probably like, she probably knew, like he had tried to blow up Kid Cudi's car. Like, that's a crazy ass person. So she was probably like, he will probably just kill me, right? And yeah, I think Stockholm's, and she got used to it because they were together for like what, 5 years, 10 years? No, like income years. Is that what you got, Jules? I need to get another drink. That definitely abusive from what I heard. She did not refuse the first. If she was on drugs and stuff, yeah, that's not.
He was under his
Not right.
spell for so long.
10 years. That's what I
You know
thought.
what, Rob Sheeter? You know what
He
you just
groomed her at
reminded me
19.
of?
Yeah, like she
When I was
just
working.
wanted to make music. That's all she wanted to do. Okay, you know what this reminds me of? Carol G on Netflix has her documentary. Oh my God, I love her. She's one of my favorites. She did a documentary, and in that documentary, she opens up for the first time about how she had a manager that was basically asking for sexual favors. Yeah, Carol G, who never even talks about anything personal. She's a Latina reggaeton superstar. I'm sure you guys know who that is, but she talked about it for the first time, and I'm like, that's crazy, because like so many people do that when they try to get in the industry. And Diddy was really doing it. He was really trafficking these people. I guess. I think if you were forcing someone to be with an escort or do some kind of stuff with the escort and that person is not fully there, yeah. And what about all those lawsuits, right? Like all the people that have come through. And just because Justin Bieber says he wasn't a victim of Diddy's doesn't mean that's true. That could all be a lie too, or hiding it. So I don't really buy that. We're gonna watch a video in a minute, and I'm like, something's off with the whole Bieber thing too. Okay, let's get back to Crazy Nancy.
In the hotline on the Battered Women's Center, we had a frequent caller, and I'm not going to say what jurisdiction from where she was calling, but guess who her husband was? The mayor. The mayor. Gregarious, charming. Many people thought he was good looking. I didn't. But we heard it over and over and over, right? So just because you see a charming side and the world sees a charming side does not mean that he's actually charming. Help me verbalize this, Dr. Bethany Marshall.
Okay, what is charming? Look at the diagnostic. What is charming about him? Can someone tell me? Other than the money, like, what is charming? I need to know. Like, is he hot? Do you think Diddy's hot? Do you want to make out with him? Like, what is going on? I mean, clearly not after this, but like, before then, the money, maybe. Okay. Not my type. Not my type. Yeah, no, I don't like them rapper guys. Did he have no limit? Had no limits, females, males. Right. I do like the rappers, just different ones. Never did. Debbie's like, nope, didn't even cross my mind. Not on this planet, not on any planet. The first witness told us that when she didn't come, the moment when he called, he dragged by her hair and beat her. So why wouldn't she be petrified? Yo, I think he probably had her tied up in there sometimes too. Like, I wouldn't put that past him. He's a demented, sick individual. That's always on. Okay, let's watch this, and then we're gonna watch the Bieber thing.
Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders under Sociopathy.
Okay, please don't say things like that. The diagnostic statistic. What? Break it down, woman.
Okay, the criteria for sociopathy. One of the criteria.
Oh my God! Wait, Nancy is freaking out. I need to. I'm sorry. I need to watch that again.
Yes, Dr. Bethany Marshall.
What is wrong with her?
Okay, so if you look at the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders under Sociopathy.
Okay, please don't say things like that. The diagnostic statistic. What? Break it down, woman.
Okay, the criteria for sociopathy, one of the criteria is that the individual has a veneer of affability and sociability that hides a cold, calculated interior. So they are very charming as long as they're getting their way, and the minute somebody crosses them or fails to gratify them, they become vicious.
When, if ever, was the last time you...
She is so intense.
Vile, yes, but he's not here trying to be crowned Miss Congeniality. Okay, this is a felony multi-count indictment by the feds. And I'm wondering, straight out to a veteran trial lawyer, Greg Morse, joining me out of Palm Beach, criminal defense attorney of Morse Legal and author of The Untested on Amazon. Morse, I'm thinking about the actual charges here. And he's not charged with domestic abuse. And I'm wondering.
She's over the top, but I thought this was a good episode.
Part of that is
segment.
by plan. You just heard Rob Shooter, right? An everyman that actually knows Sean Combs.
I always say this.
If the jury is left thinking, wow, did she stay in that willingly? Was that her decision to endure all that? Even though we see with our own eyes her being beaten and dragged back to a freak off she's trying to get away from. Those issues could linger, but what they're going for, the gold, right, is the sex trafficking and the RICO charges, because those charges are the meat of this indictment. Those charges carry the biggest penalties.
Not the domestic violence.
All the state has to prove is that Sean Combs was in a loose group called a confederation, a loose group with other people that planned and executed illegal activities. That illegal activity could be as simple as transporting sex workers across state lines for a freak off. It could be paying them for illegal activity. Any of that would support the RICO claim. I want you to analyze the charges, because as emotional as the testimony is, as disgusting as the freak off video is, some of the jurors were actually like doing this and looking away. They could hardly look at it. One guy held his hand up to his head as he was
they have like
watching
little
the freak off
computers.
video. It's so bad that the monitor, they have individual monitors like you have on an airplane, right? An individual monitor, so nobody out in the audience, or certainly not the press, can see what's on the screen.
Oh my God, they saw Cassie having urine in her mouth.
Those individual monitors for the jury, because it's that
oh my God,
disgusting. It's that debasing to Cassie Ventura. It's that bad. Question is, can they prove the sex trafficking? Can they prove the RICO?
Well, I mean, RICO is used because it makes the government's job easy. That's why they use it. You're responsible for other people's actions. That's why the conspiracy is there.
Sounds like you got sour grapes. I asked, can they prove it?
No sour grapes, not at all.
It's never easy when you're sitting across a courtroom full of $10 million lawyers. That's never easy. You're being trite, and I don't like it.
No, not being trite, but what you have here is a domestic violence situation that the federal government bootstrapped into this ridiculous sex trafficking case. It is very easy for them to prove, because if you have one person talks about Cassie wanting to go to Atlanta, there's your interstate right there. So it's a very easy element that's already been proven this morning. However, so if you have prostitutes that are hired to come to these parties, even though it's consensual, the government can prove that. There you go. It's proven right there. But the reality of Cassie's testimony, unfortunately for this young lady, is that she wasn't happy in the relationship. She was upset.
I'm sure the jury is like
situation. The
probably goes home at night
relates to the domestic violence, not the
they probably are not
that she was intentionally going to.
Actually,
we may not.
Like, it's easy for us to sit here and be like, oh,
the respect I have,
the jury, the true crime case, but like
for you as
they are watching that all day long and seeing the evidence, and they don't got time for that. You know, they're already there. Who knows what they got going on in their personal lives, and like all the abuse, and then all the hype that's with the case. Like, oof.
Adversary. You're a great defense lawyer. You're great in the courtroom. You win a lot of cases. But to say
Nancy's vicious
joining
and don't
me,
hold back.
founder, director, Lynn's Warriors, dedicated. It's a nonprofit to
I like
end
her
sex
for that.
trafficking and abuse of girls and women. To say, oh, you put up
She
this
had her
young
back.
woman and she
Who
was
had her back?
unhappy in the relationship. That's not what this case is about. Her being unhappy.
Yeah. Well, Nancy, we're witnessing right now on your program, how the justice system looks at victims. Cassie has been groomed. Can't anybody understand what this is? She was 19.
She was groomed.
Okay. So that's legally an adult, but you see the years of the back and the forth, all these text messages and things like that. This is a young woman that was groomed from the get-go. They keep going back. They keep trying to, make it whole. They keep trying to prove themselves to somebody. And you know what? I am tired. We stand next to victims and survivors all the time.
Maybe
And
tomorrow,
the
Jules,
courts
we can
don't
have a
understand.
music thing.
Lawyers, I'm sorry, with all due
I
respect,
get
do not
flagged.
understand sex trafficking. Yes, right now we're talking about domestic violence, all this horror, but we're laying out the groundwork of grooming to lead to sex trafficking. So I'm really getting tired of everybody. It's 2025, not understanding the process of these powerful men in
I
particular.
do think that's true what she said right there.
And they have the law behind them, and they rip apart the victims. Dirty Diddy is going down.
She's saying like it's 2025, ladies, pay attention. It's the money, it's the
And we're laying
fame.
out for sex trafficking.
Don't ignore them, red
Joining
flags.
me is Sydney Sumner on the case from the very, very beginning. Monitor
God.
every single thing that's happening in the courtroom. Cassie Ventura on cross-examination. This as reports of Sean Combs's Tootsie Roll emerging from another alleged sex attack victim. What does that mean, Sydney Sumner?
Yeah, what does that mean, Tootsie Roll?
Well, Nancy,
Like
according to this
means it's like
victim,
little?
on her fourth
That's what that means?
outing with Combs, so she had
A little
met him in a
shrimpy.
hotel elevator. They had spent a few nights out together. But on their third night, she left early with her friend without telling him, which apparently really angered Combs. He said,
Oh, I love
"I
Joan
don't think
Rivers.
you know
That's kind of who
I am.
Nancy does
People
remind
don't
me of,
do
though.
that to me."
The
So
size.
the next time they all met up, the situation felt sketchy from the beginning. She got into a car. There were a bunch of big men in that car. She could see used condoms on the ground, women's underwear, and they ended up back at Combs' apartment. She wanted to go home, but he said, "No, I need to stop by my apartment first. You're going to come up with me." He pinned her to a bed.
What?
And as he pulls his pants down to
my
rape
God.
her, word for word, she
What?
said she didn't think it would hurt as much due to his lack of length and girth. So she is
I can't even
comparing
think right now.
Combs' penis to a Tootsie Roll. And later in that same lawsuit, she refers to him as itty bitty ditty.
Okay, Rob Shooter, testimony aside, there's really no coming back from that for Diddy.
There's no way that they're coming back from that. And
There's
I guess
like,
this is a
no.
detail. It's scandalous, and we're talking about it, but this is a really important detail, and it's very, very easy to be proven. Let's see that
Wait,
she can
Rob
describe.
Shooter, are you crazy?
No, let's see.
Are we talking about the same thing? You actually think that federal prosecutors are going to prove that there's an itty bitty ditty
They
in
did for
Diddy's
Michael
pants,
Jackson.
that there's
They
more
did
of
for
a
Michael
Tootsie Roll?
Wait.
than
Can we rewind that? This is like why I like to watch these segments.
There's no way that they're coming back from that, and I would guess this is a detail. It's scandalous, and we're talking about it, but this is a really important detail, and it's very, very easy to be proven. Let's see.
Let's see it. Let's see the Tootsie
Rob
Roll.
Shooter, are you crazy?
No, let's see.
Are we talking about the same thing? You actually think that federal prosecutors are going to prove that there's an itty bitty ditty
They
in
did for
Diddy's
Michael
pants,
Jackson.
that there's
They
more of
did
a
Mike-
Tootsie Roll than a
For Michael
cannon?
Jackson, they did it.
Seriously?
Michael Jackson.
No.
He's like, let's see it. Let's see it. Show us the Tootsie Roll so we can see what it looks like. And Nancy's like, what? No.
Nobody's going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. That's not an element of proof, Shooter. What are you talking about?
Well, if they can prove that she can describe Diddy's, then that's a really important point for her to make. And so I know they did this in the Michael Jackson trial. Several witnesses described what Michael Jackson looked like. And so I think describing what Diddy looks like is very important. It will prove the point, and hopefully she'll win her case.
Ew.
Okay, Shooter. You actually made a legal point. You may need to consider that
Did
whole
they
PR
even
thing you've got going on. Yes, that did happen in the Michael Jackson case, but I hardly think that the defense is going to broach the subject of itty bitty ditty being in Diddy's pants. Okay, that's a whole nother can of worms. And as is so often when you're trying a case, you learn a lot more information than you ever wanted to. Now, that's kind of funny, right? Right? Itty bitty ditty, the Tootsie Roll in Diddy's pants. But hold on, not that funny. Listen.
Discussing their breakup, Combs took her to lunch and had a deep conversation that brought a sense of closure. But when Combs dropped her off at home, he pinned her down and raped her. He says she doesn't believe Combs even noticed her crying and telling him no. After ejaculating inside her, Cassie says Combs calmly got up and left.
Bethany Marshall, shooter.
What?
Had a little bit of a laugh
out there
about Sean Combs'
in your
Tootsie
face.
Roll. But did you hear what came out on the stand with Cassie Ventura under oath? That when they had a lunch to rehash,
I'm shocked.
This is why we're breaking up. He takes her back and, according to her, rapes her.
Oh my God.
And then
Please,
gets up
YouTube, don't come
and
for me.
walks out without a word.
Nancy.
This is just one more iteration of what he did throughout their entire relationship. Anytime she tried to develop herself away from him or establish her own life, he would send his goonies over. He would break into her door at the middle of the night. He would rape her. He would watch other men rape her. He would debase her. The fact that somebody has pointed out that there's a little bitty itty ditty inside of Diddy's pants, I think that's an interesting twist because
a little itty bitty little shippy.
So many men and women. The fact that somebody could actually debase him with reality, it sounds like he was actually not that well endowed. I think it's kind of a fair turnaround as this entire trial is.
How embarrassing, Diddy. Imagine having to go to prison for being a predator.
People, especially. But can anything...
And you still just got a little shrimpy shrimp down there.
Says, erase this
Can't even do
mental
anything.
Picture.
Just
Roll
stays
it.
there like a little limp
Look at
shrimp.
Cassie Ventura holding up her little left hand, trying to protect herself, cowering in the corner, holding up her hand, trying to stop Combs from beating her further.
What do you think about the kids being there? I think
at
that's
that.
crazy.
Him walking by.
I heard the daughters weren't there because of some graduation thing. I'm like, didn't they say that last year? And I wouldn't want to be there either. So,
like he's the king of the Intercontinental, as she cowers in the corner, holding her head, that's actually really kicked her in the head, and then holding up her left hand, that pitiful little left hand, to try to fight him.
The pitiful left hand.
Immediately after that, we see still photos of where he throws a vase at her. The shattered shards on the floor.
Yeah.
He aimed at her when he threw that. The dirt on the wall. That's what he threw at her.
In the court, they're like, we
if
can't.
It had hit her.
I don't blame them.
To Chris McDonough joining me.
Oh.
Director, Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective before that in Vice for many, many years.
From the interview.
Star of the Interview Room on YouTube.
Diddy.
Chris McDonough, frankly, I don't care what they say on Cross. I don't care what they try to elicit from Cassie Ventura. That video tells me that what was happening in the Freakoffs was not something she wanted to do. She did not want to be a part of it. And she was trying to get away from one when he came out, beat her, and her holding up her little hand, trying to fight him off and literally drag her back.
Yeah, absolutely, Nancy. I mean, that video in of itself shows us the helplessness within this victim. And we now also know where the P came from in his name after that emotional urinal testimony. This is about power, dominance, and control. And Diddy breaking down people like a drill instructor using violence and intimidation. And once he gets them right where he wants them, well, then he can do anything that he wants with his deviant fantasies. I mean, look what he's doing here in this particular video. She doesn't exist. She is just an instrument of his violence and his insecurities. That's what he's doing here. She's a hero.
And we know where the defense is going, trying to explain away this video. Listen to me taking on Mark Geragos about this and Harvey Levin.
What they say is that the fight was not over the freak off. The fight was over a text message on Diddy's phone that Cassie saw involving another woman. So that's what they're laying out. I mean, they've as much as said that, right?
Correct.
I don't care. Well, I do. But I don't care whatever reason the defense says, like that video says it all, the urine says it all. Why would Cassie be lying? Like, Diddy's just a monster.
From our friends at Tubi and more.
She was getting dragged back into that hotel room for a freak off, and she was trying to get away.
Well, hold on. Garagos. That's not what the defense is going to argue. They're not going to say it was over a freak off, right?
Yeah, I mean, the public filings dispute that.
From our friends at Tubi, they can argue it's not a freak off till they're blue in the face. But their theory that she was the aggressor. You're trying. Let's see the video again. You're trying to tell me that 90-pound Cassie Ventura is beating Sean Combs'?
She's not the aggressor there.
Bony rear end? No. That is what they're claiming, that she's the bad guy here. She's the aggressor because she is angry that she saw a text to Combs from another woman.
She never hit him.
Bethany Marshall.
In the hallway.
They can argue that until they use up every ounce of oxygen in the courtroom. But that don't make it true.
It does not make it true, Nancy. And if anybody out there knows about domestic violence, what they also know is that perpetrators always claim that they're being abused by the victim. That's domestic abuse and sex
I didn't know they
trafficking
always claimed
101.
they were the ones being abused.
They always ask police officers who go to domestic violence calls. Once they get there, the perp, usually the larger person, often substance abusing, which is what we see here, usually says, "Oh, she hit me," or "She this," or "She that," and the scene just
I'm
does
familiar
not back
with
it
them
up.
saying she started it. Yeah, you're right, Bethany. They always say she started it. Okay,
like a 30-year-old
you see
does.
that being mirrored here.
Yeah.
I see that being mirrored here in so many ways because he actually, I don't even know how much he or the defense is saying this to manipulate the jury. I think in P. Diddy's mind, he actually believes she did something to him. That is the kind of psychopathology that we're seeing here. One little detail stands out to me, Nancy, and I haven't been able to get it out of my mind. She went to rehab numerous times because she wanted a good, sober, healthy life. And then he re-addicted her. She had to use substances to get through the freak-offs. So this is yet another indication of sex trafficking. This is what Johns do. They addict their victims.
You know, to Sydney Summer joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter, it's not just her testimony. It's not just what she says. Wasn't there a witness that what was going on in the Intercontinental was a freak-off?
Yes, Nancy. The first person on the stand, Israel Flores, the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, testified that he saw another man in their hotel room. Now, could that have been unrelated to a freak-off? Possibly. But for Cassie to attack Combs in front of this other random man, why was he there? Why was he in their room? I don't understand how the defense is going to combat that piece of testimony. And they did try and point out on his cross-exam that Flores did not mention that man in his initial incident report. And Flores's response was that he was not involved in the assault. That was his concern, what he saw in the hallway. So it'll be interesting to see how they try and prove that Cassie was upset over text and this wasn't a freak-off.
Cassie Ventura switches up her appearance for her third day on the stand. Wearing a tuxedo jacket over a cream-colored blouse, Cassie answers questions softly, almost at a whisper. The last 2 days on the stand may be taking a toll on the pregnant mom, Cassie requesting a 10-minute break just an hour into her cross-examination. When Cassie returns from her break, she clutches a string of beads with a tassel on it as lawyer Ana Estavo continues to ask her about sexually explicit text messages sent to her boyfriend in the early years of their relationship.
Okay. Enough of the Nancy. Yeah, she was 19 when Diddy, he turned her. Okay, I wanted to watch this Justin Bieber clip before we get started on the next. I think she's due June 1st. Yeah, but I think, because I couldn't always go earlier, right? Good night, Justin. Thanks for being here. Okay, this is Justin Bieber.
Full crazy.
Going crazy.
Crazy.
When Sean Diddy Combs' properties were raided in March of 2024, there was a lot of speculation about what might be found inside and whether it would be connected to any of his celebrity friends and acquaintances. As Homeland Security agents poured out of his mansions in LA and Miami boxes full of electronics, there were rumors that if Combs filmed his elaborate sex performances called freak-offs or other parties, there could be video evidence of possible criminal activity. And the celebrity at the center of a lot of rumors, warranted or not, was Justin Bieber. But now, during week 1 of Combs' criminal trial, the singer has officially responded to allegations that Combs may have abused him as he was coming up in the music industry. We're going to talk about that right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. Lawsuits allege that antacid use has been linked to increases in stomach cancer and gastric cancer. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with stomach cancer or gastric cancer after using an antacid, you may qualify for compensation. One of our legal...
Hold on, I don't want to watch this ad.
Questions and check your eligibility to file a claim. Okay, let's talk about singer Justin Bieber. Now 31 years old, he was discovered when he was just 12, went on to become one of the most best-selling musical artists of all time, had some pretty high-profile influences like R&B superstar Usher, became Justin's mentor, controversial record executive Scooter Braun was his manager as the teen basically shot to stardom. And among his celebrity acquaintances was, of course, music titan Sean Diddy Combs, who had been Usher's mentor in the 90s and early 2000s. And Bieber had spent some time with Combs over the years. Combs' wild party lifestyle has always been something of an open secret, with him often joking about it on daytime and late night talk shows. But in the last year or so, very, very different. More and more allegations have started to come out against Combs that are really no laughing matter. Civil lawsuits that made rape and extortion claims, rumors that celebrities could be involved in nefarious behavior with Combs behind closed doors, even claims by one man that he had in his possession actual sex tapes featuring Combs and other celebrities. And as we know, Combs is currently on trial in the Southern District of New York on charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. By the way, and as week 1 wraps up, check out all of our Diddy coverage on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. We've been breaking down all of the latest developments. So not only do we do daily recaps with our correspondent Elizabeth Milner, who's inside the courtroom because there's no cameras there, but we've also been doing legal analysis with some of our favorite guests, breaking down the big legal issues that are happening every day in that court. So make sure to go check it out. But one of the biggest rumors that has been hanging over the entire Diddy saga was Justin Bieber a victim of his alleged predatory and inappropriate behavior? Well, I'll tell you what, now, as week 1 of Combs' sex trafficking and racketeering trial comes to a close, Justin Bieber's camp is finally responding. So his representatives told TMZ, quote, although Justin is not among Sean Combs' victims, there are individuals who were genuinely harmed by him. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. So to talk about this, I want to bring back on former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, so good to see you. Thanks so much for coming here on Sidebar. I want to talk about the timing of this statement from Justin Bieber's camp. Can't be just a coincidence.
No, it can't be, because one of the biggest questions in the Diddy trial is what other celebrities will be named who participated in the freak-offs and who witnessed the freak-offs. I mean, Diddy's white parties are infamous. And one of the victims that people have been talking about for about a year and a half now has been Justin Bieber. And now finally, after week 1 of trial, when we know that Don Richard is the next witness and we're going to start hearing who the government thinks
is it Aubrey or
corroborate their
Don
case, we are not going to hear from Justin Bieber. And it really goes back to a video when he was about 15 years old.
Why doesn't Justin Bieber want to speak up? If nothing happened, wouldn't he want to just speak up and say that, like, and be open about it if nothing happened? And where hey fam. Oh no, I think he's done. I think Diddy's done, but you know, I wish Justin Bieber would speak on it, and not for us being interested in what he has to say, because we are, but also for like healing, you know. I think if he did go through something, I wish that, who knows? He probably can't because he fears for his life. I don't know, maybe not. Who? Justin Bieber? No. Justin just has the baby. His baby's like a year old, I think, right? I was never like a believer, but I believe that he knows more than what he's putting out for sure.
When Combs said he was going to spend 48 hours with Justin Bieber, and that's when all the speculation began. Bieber's camp didn't say anything until now, but I think it's important that he did, and he also, like many celebrities in Hollywood, want to stay as far away from the Diddy trial as possible.
Because you think that there was talk of him testifying, and he didn't, you know, he wanted to shut that down.
Yeah, I agree with the wife thing on Hailey Bieber. She's a mean girl too. Justin looks awful. Yeah, he does not look. They all do, I think. What about Usher? Usher too. Yeah, Usher acting like he like whatever. I'm not even gonna say anything. Just gonna show up to awards with my wife, and you know. I think in this video we see
down.
I think so. I think people want to know, because look, the trial's lasting 2 months, right? 8 weeks, maybe even 10 weeks. And I know Judge Subramanian is trying to move it along as quickly as he can. But now that Cassie Ventura is wrapping up her testimony, we know that we're going to hear from a couple other victims. But the government needs to fill that time. And what they want to do is put on victims that really aren't in a romantic relationship and never have been with Combs, right? Cassie got impeached with some of that, the emails, the text messages, the words that she put, those words of affirmation. So to the extent that there are other victims, that's how the government's going to be able to overwhelm the defense here. And if it's a celebrity victim, even better.
See, here's the thing. You know, I think about it, and I'm sure he didn't want to, I guess the idea is, you know, not distract from the conversation that's being had, but to make a statement towards the end of the week, after opening statements, after or towards the conclusion of Cassandra Ventura's testimony, when he makes a statement confirming that there were people harmed by Combs, does that signify to you that he believes the prosecution's case, or does he think it's beyond the criminal case and based on the accusations we've seen in the civil arena?
I think it's probably the former. And like you said, the key part of that statement was denying that he was a victim, but really talking about the other victims. And it wasn't alleged victims. He said other victims, well, through his spokesperson. So I think that is very, very important. This isn't a Michael Jackson type case where, you know, celebrities are rushing to Combs' defense. Very few people are. And the fact that you have someone come out that really isn't 50 Cent or someone who, you know, is trying to make light of it, or a documentary about it, and really point the finger at Diddy, that's a big deal, Jesse.
And yeah, he mentioned harmed by him, right? It was very specific language. They were genuinely harmed by him, and the shifting focus away from this reality distracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. There's no way to parse that language.
There isn't. And the defense is obviously trying to separate physical harm from sex trafficking and sexual assault. But, you know, the average person who's watching isn't going to be making that distinction. That may matter in the case, but it's not going to matter in the court of public opinion.
And you know, Bieber's statement, it comes as this TikTok started floating around on Friday. There was a doctored image of Bieber where he allegedly announces that he's going to testify against Combs, but the video was quickly debunked as fake. And Nima, I mean,
you did
think at the end of the day, are we going to see some celebrity or celebrity friends testify at this trial?
I think we have to, because there's got to be independent witnesses that, saw some of this, right? I'm not saying maybe the actual freak-offs themselves, maybe there are other participants, but, Combs was very public, and Cassie Ventura, to the extent that she was abused, it's like Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, right? You got Kate Moss was brought into that case. People that are rich and famous celebrities, they have rich and famous celebrity friends, right? That's why Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, we're talking about Taylor Swift. This is a small circle here in Hollywood. So the independent witnesses are very likely going to be other celebrities. So I think we're just starting to scratch the surface when it comes to that.
So the question becomes, why do fans believe that Justin Bieber could have been one of Sean Combs' targets, right? You mentioned it before. Well, as the legal saga against Combs ramped up last year, there was video clips that started to resurface of Combs and Bieber spending some time together. And people noticed that the videos often kind of straddle the line between awkward and inappropriate. And Bieber sometimes seemed really uncomfortable. For example,
I'm not a fan of Jay-Z and Beyonce.
When Bieber was 15 years old, he uploaded a video to his YouTube channel called 48 Hours with Diddy. And this is where he said he was going to be hanging out with the rapper for a couple of days.
So check this out, yo. Justin, he's in, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives, like, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Now, some fans called out Combs for allegedly grooming behavior. They say it was
48 Hours with Diddy. It sounds like some corn video. You know what I mean?
At his home with a young kid who's suddenly into the world of fame and money, taking him under his
wing, I don't like Beyonce
offering up opportunities, gifts
I'm
that he
not
can only dream of.
Yeah, so
especially when she made that country album, I'm like, girl, bye. I like country. It's not her.
So, it's a little dusty, but we'll get the front shot.
Man.
Minute.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to be dropping this next year.
Now, look, of course, this could all be for the camera, could be performative. Bieber could have left right after this. We don't really know, but the video made the rounds. Speculation around Combs grew. And then another clip surfaced. And this one posted to Combs' YouTube page showing another interaction.
Yeah,
this time apparently in a studio.
What's up, man? You good?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, young brother, everything's good? Selling out arenas and everything? Starting to act different, huh? You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you try to get in contact with me, through all my, partners and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But you never really got my number, so.
Correct. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Tell you my number.
Yeah.
It's awkward. I don't know. It could have been a joke for the cameras. Nima, what do you take away from these videos?
Very.
Yeah, it's awkward and it's weird. So, look, if it's just by itself, maybe you look past it. But there's been a lot of allegations involving minors, not in the criminal case. That hasn't been charged. That would be a game changer, but in the civil lawsuits. So I'm not saying that those are true, but sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. And you have a lot of these civil claimants alleging that Combs is also sexually abusing men and boys and children. So again, not charged in the criminal case, but given those allegations out there, I think it's something that people are going to pick up on, and rumors and speculation are going to fly.
So, according to sources who spoke to TMZ, Bieber was actually friends with Combs'
Oh,
sons,
yeah, that's
and that many of his past public appearances with Combs have been, quote, performative. So in 2015, Combs presented Bieber with an American Music Award for Best Collaboration and gave him a big hug on stage. And then in 2020, Bieber did an interview with Apple Music. And in it, he expressed how he wishes he could protect other young artists like Billie Eilish from some of what he experienced in the music industry as a teenager. But he didn't really elaborate beyond that. And one of Bieber's most recent interactions with Combs was even more awkward than the prior ones, if that's possible.
I think this is the one where he
took place in 2021. Nima, I want you to take a look at this with me, okay? So in the video, Bieber with shaggy hair under a baseball cap, he greets Diddy. He's got a big smile on his face, but something seems just a little bit off about the whole thing because Combs seems to pat Bieber's chest. There are some who have speculated that he was making sure Bieber wasn't wearing a wire, even though there's no way to actually confirm that.
Yeah, what is that? What is going on?
Nima, what do you make of that?
What? Let's watch that again.
Combs seems to pat Bieber's chest. There are some who have speculated that he was making sure Bieber wasn't wearing a wire, even though there's no way to actually confirm that.
What is he like?
Nima, what do you make of that?
Him?
Yeah, awkward and weird. I'm not surprised people think that he was patting him down. Just not something that you typically see. And again, it's just part of this little pattern of kind of strange conduct between Combs and Bieber. So I understand why people are speculating that it's something more than just this innocent friendship.
You know, in 2023, Bieber had collaborated with Combs on the song Moments from Combs' last studio release called The Love Album, Off the Grid. And if
Love You? What? Yeah.
Featured collaborations with a lot of different artists. Justin Bieber has had a lot of ups and downs over the years. We pretty much watched him grow up, and that meant that many of his mistakes and questionable decisions were fodder for the tabloids. You know, in fact, Law and Crime Sarah Gillespie actually put together a great episode on Bieber's latest struggles in the spotlight for our new channel, Scandal. I encourage everybody to go check it out. But there has been speculation that possible abuse in Bieber's past could be a source for some of his bad boy behavior and potential mental health problems in recent years. Now, Nima, that could be a stretch. Some could see it as a connection. Are you think there's something to that or not?
It could. You know, people are speculating, right? I mean, obviously, I'm here in Hollywood, and people will see Justin Bieber looking disheveled or losing weight. And, you know, of course, the tabloids are going to jump to conclusions, right? Is it drugs? Is it relationship problems? Is it trauma from past sex abuse? And it's really impossible to know what, if anything, he's going through. But he does appear to be acting and looking differently as of late.
But some will say, you know, if he's making this comment now and they're looking at his past interactions and making comments through the over the years, you know, about protecting
I believe that about Twitch.
This is a big question that a lot of celebrities have. And I'm not pointing the finger at anybody, but there are those who I'm sure will say, if celebrities knew something, why didn't they say something? And by the way, that came up with the Harvey Weinstein case, right? People allegedly knew rumors about his behaviors, but rumors one thing, how much do you definitively know? What do you say to that? Because again, we obviously don't know who knew what. I don't believe this trial is going to sort through any of that whatsoever. I don't think we're going to be seeing big names either being named in this trial or even taking the stand. But what do you say to the argument somebody had to know something if these allegations are true?
Look, I think it's a fair argument, Jesse. This seems like it was one of the worst kept secrets in Hollywood. How can you sexually abuse or assault people for a span of years or decades and people not know, especially when a lot of this happened in hotel rooms or with other people around? This is the same arguments people make with respect to Weinstein or Epstein or other abusers. This isn't your typical sexual assault that is behind closed doors without other people present. That's one of the things that makes
Diddy's
this case
father
so
is a rat. Yeah, that's not the first time I heard that. I've actually deep dived some of that, and I do find that that is actually somewhat true. Yeah, allegedly, but true. Just looks like Britney the light is gone from his eye. Yeah, you know what? We're Britney fans here. I'm Believers. Britney Spears, right? I love her. I saw her like 5 to 6 times growing up in concert, and my heart breaks for her. Was she abused by Diddy in some form? Because you've seen those pictures. Missing kids at one time. There's a lot of missing kids. We recently covered Emily Pike and Kamani Lateeg. Who else? We covered those during, like, these are just Melly After Darks where we like hang out, but usually during the day I do like deep dives. So we recently did those cases. Who else did we do? But yeah, there's a lot of missing children and whatnot. Diddy's mom was a rat. That is true. He was in the game. Didn't he work for like the feds or something? I can't with this trial. What happened to Twitch? Twitch, allegedly, he committed suicide, but I don't believe that. I don't know. I don't believe that. The problem, people are scared to stand up for each other. How many people see something and don't say something? It happens a lot. It does happen a lot. It's true. Where are the people above Diddy that are not in this investigation? Yeah, okay. What I want to know is like, not that I want anybody to get in trouble, because essentially I believe everyone that had to work for Diddy and do things for Diddy, I think they were all victims. But I'm like, to what extent? Like, are they going to be charged? Like, I know in the recent days, in the last like day or two, Diddy like testified that one of the bodyguards like went and hunted her down for Diddy and like brought him back to her. Like, I know his employees were victims too working for him, but like, I think that bodyguard needs to do time for that. Like, that's like minor kidnapping, right? Like you went and looked for her, basically put her in the car and like brought her back to him. Like, I think some others should be held accountable. This trial has only just begun. The pee in the mouth. I can't. Ellen DeGeneres paid Diddy to try to. Yep. Ellen DeGeneres is a nasty one, I hear too. Nasty Ellen. No, Twitch didn't do that. I believe that. I don't believe that either. I don't believe Twitch took his own life. I believe in like in the whole suicide mental health aspect of it. We're very open about mental health here and very accepting of it here on my channel. And I think like as much as he might have been, I don't believe that. I just don't in this case. I don't know why. Diddy's father worked for NYPD as an informant. That's what it was. Lou Taylor's trash. Can't believe that woman isn't behind bars. She is trash. I think a lot of them should be charged. Maybe Twitch knew too much. Twitch was an attractive black man. I completely he worked with Ellen. Diddy had Twitch tapes or blackmail. I believe that. I mean, you heard him tell Cassie, like, if you don't do what I want, I'm going to show everyone those videos, those iPad videos. Diddy had Twitch on tape having sex with underage girl. Oh. Brett Cooper is all over the current Bieber situation. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Gene Deal may testify. Yes, I love Gene Deal. We're going to watch a clip with him next. Diddy's innocent. Well, Twitch was afraid he was going to prison for what he done in the freak off. Wow, if that's true.
And there is going to be rumors. And there are going to be rumors. And that's what social media is all about. I mean, we saw some of the rumors dispelled this week when Cassie was saying, you know what, the baby oil didn't contain drugs. Even the government star witness is addressing some of these rumors on that witness stand. I'm not surprised Bieber and his reps are doing the same.
Yeah. Do you think a lot of eyeballs on Hollywood are on this trial?
No question. And I think people are afraid that they're going to be wrapped up in this because it can be, you know, a career killer. Even if the allegations are out there, right? If you knew something and you didn't say something and there's a witness that gets on that stand, and look, maybe Cassie is prepped and she's just staying in her lane, but we don't know what the other witnesses are going to say. Just you and I have tried all sorts of cases, and witnesses can go off the rails, or there could be tangents, or there could be allegations thrown out. One of the next victims, they say something about someone else. It's going to be very damaging, not just in that courtroom, but outside the courtroom as well.
If he gets convicted, do you think you're going to hear people speak out and say, this is what happened to me, now I finally want to tell my story? Do you think that's a possibility?
I do. I think, you know, there are people that probably are afraid of him. And if he is indeed locked up for the rest of his life, I think they will be more empowered to come forward. Absolutely.
Nima Rahmani, great seeing you. Thanks so much for coming here on Sidebar. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay, we're going to watch Diddy didn't kill No, we're not saying that. We just think it could have been a factor that played into it. Yeah, I don't know. When that first happened, I'm like, okay, we're gonna watch the opening statement. So before that video, we watched the prosecution AI statements. Now we're gonna watch the opening defense statements, and then we'll watch the Gene Deal video. And I'm really digging this AI thing that they did for the statement.
I am, Your Honor. And if you're in the gallery and you have a device, use this opportunity to silence it or it will be taken. Good morning. Sean Combs is a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. This case is about love, jealousy, infidelity, and money. This case is about voluntary, adult choices made by capable adults and consensual relationships. This case is about those real-life relationships, and the government is trying to turn those relationships into a racketeering case, a prostitution case, and a sex trafficking case. It will not work. Let's start with the basics. The most important things in this courtroom are you and him.
I love this
At a time
AI
when everything in
thing.
government can feel so uncertain, one thing has remained the same in our justice system, and that is standing between all of us and a criminal conviction is a jury of our peers. That is you. You will hear the evidence.
We
You
have
will
like
get
two
to
more
the
videos.
truth.
That's it.
You will
This
see
and
the
another one.
witnesses and evaluate them one by one. And finally, the story about this case can finally come out. Why do I say that? Well, I say that because this case is not about what you've heard on the news, read in the news, or have seen on social media for the past year and a half. This case is not about what civil attorneys looking for
I'll do a live on
payday
that. I'll
are
deep
trying
dive
to make
Twitch
my
if you guys
client
aren't
out to
into it.
be. There has been a tremendous amount of noise around this case for the past year, and
We're gonna get caught up on Diddy tomorrow, and then we have a Karen Reed marathon. If you're not following that case, we're catching up tomorrow, so we're gonna watch. I'll probably be live for a couple hours on that to get caught up. But I wouldn't mind doing a deep dive on Twitch. I think that would be interesting. So
it is time to cancel that noise and hear and see the evidence that will be presented in this courtroom, and it will be crystal clear. The story of Sean Combs is a fascinating one,
Sunday, I
but
might
it is a
do some
human
deep
one.
dives.
We are going to tell you his story over the next 2 months in this courtroom, and you will learn that he is a man who grew up here in New York City in Harlem,
All day, Jules.
who came
I'll
from
probably be
little,
live like
but
after
built
lunch.
groundbreaking, lawful
Time my
businesses.
time, like after
You will hear that he is a wealthy
12 p.m. my
individual,
time, so I think
but know that the evidence will
around
show
3.
that nobody gave him his money. He worked for it, and no one gave him a dime. It will show that he made every single dollar, recreated a culture, and produced music that I believe you will hear will change the generation. And I believe that the evidence is going to show that this ingenuity is what drew people to Mr. Combs. Witnesses will share with you that Mr. Combs is a fascinating person and that people are drawn to him. Yes, he is famous. Yes, he is wealthy, and that's certainly part of it, but he was charismatic and magnetic and a larger-than-life figure. If you had any interest in climbing the social ladder at the time and being involved in the music industry, the apparel industry, spirits industry, attending his legendary parties, you wanted to be around Sean Combs. You also wanted to be around him because of the benefits that came along with being him. As you listen to the evidence in this case, try to remember why that matters. Try to remember why people stayed around him and why it matters. I expect it will matter to you as the jury because he gave people opportunities and gave people chances to work at his companies. They believed he had a vision that few others had, and for the most part, I believe the evidence will show you that they loved him. I don't think that the witnesses will tell you they always liked what he did or how he behaved, but the real-time text messages that you will review in this case show that people really loved him. And they believed that by being Sean Combs, they were part of something special. So by now, you've heard the government say a lot of things about my client. It's time for me to introduce you to him. His name is Sean Combs. You may have heard him by Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Puppy Diddy, but standing in this courtroom at 55 years old, is the same place he was born and raised. He's going by the same name he was born with, Sean Combs. My name is Tenny Garagos, and I'm one of the attorneys honored to represent him. The government started their opening statement by telling you about this 20-year racketeering influence corrupt organization, Act Enterprise, that he committed with his apparent trusted inner circle. The only people in this courtroom who will tell you that they participated in, knew about, or came to an agreement to participate in a racketeering enterprise are the prosecutors. Not one witness will get into this courtroom and will take the witness stand and tell you that they were part of any racketeering-influenced corrupt organization Act Enterprise. And the reason is simple. There was not one. You heard what the government tried to say the enterprise is, that he used his lawful businesses to feed his every desire, including his sexual ones. This case is about Sean Combs's private, personal sex life, which has nothing to do with his lawful businesses.
Exactly, Sam.
The government has no place here in this man's private bedrooms. The government can say over and over again that this is not about his private sex life, but the evidence will show you that it is. The people who will come into this courtroom and testify are the people who would know about a racketeering enterprise, and those people will all say they knew nothing about any enterprise. That is because these hardworking individuals were either doing their jobs as personal assistants or as top executives running his successful businesses. These are individuals educated at places from Harvard to Howard University. The prosecution will bring in those same employees and others into this courtroom and have them testify that Sean Combs has a temper. And when he drank or when he did the wrong drugs, he would get violent. My client is not proud of that. But it is one of the many things we are going to own and fully admit right up front at this trial. Sean Combs had a bad temper. He sometimes gets so angry or so jealous that he is out of control. You will see evidence and you will hear some testimony that does not portray my client in a good light. You will hear some text messages, some voice notes, and some witness testimony that may make you think, I don't think this guy is a great guy. I don't like how he lied to his girlfriends. I don't like the things he just said in that text message. I want to tell you now, there may be one point, there may be multiple points at this trial where you think, I think he is a jerk and I think he's kind of mean. But he is not charged with being mean. He is not charged with being a jerk. He's charged with running a racketeering enterprise. And though there was violence that you are going to hear about, you already have, that violence is not part of any RICO. That violence is not connected to sex trafficking, and that violence is not prostitution.
What did we just watch in the video?
There was a name in criminal law for the violence we will hear about and we will see at this trial. It is called domestic violence. It is called assault. Domestic violence is a very serious matter. I want to say that now. It is a bad
Oh, I see what they're doing. The defense is trying to make it seem like the domestic violence is true. We'll take responsibility for that.
Legal problem. And it is something that the law addresses. We take full responsibility that there was domestic violence in this case. Domestic violence is not sex trafficking. I want to say it again. Domestic violence is not sex trafficking. Had he been charged with domestic violence, had he been charged with assault, we would not be here right now. We would not be sitting through an 8-week trial. However, he has been charged with different crimes. Sex trafficking, prostitution, racketeering. These are federal crimes with their different statutes. They charge different elements, and he simply is not guilty of those crimes. One of the central themes of my statements to you will be personal accountability and personal responsibility. As the trial goes on, we will see that with each witness. We are going to take that on ourselves. We will not shy away from the things Mr. Combs did, but we will not deny his personal responsibility or own the things he did not do. We are telling you right now that he is physical, that he is a drug dealer. I'm telling you, he had a bit of a different sex life. For example, you have not heard any evidence in this case, but the prosecutors already told you about lubricant, and you may know of his love of baby oil. Is that a federal crime? No. You will hear that he got IVs after ingesting drugs. Is that a federal crime? No. He will be responsible. He will be accountable for the things that he did, but we will fight for his freedom throughout the next 8 weeks for what he did not do. And he cannot be the only person in this case who accepts personal responsibility and accountability for his actions. The alleged victims who will testify in this case are capable, strong adult women. They were all getting something each of them wanted from him and from being in a romantic relationship with him. And these adults, capable, strong women, will have to take on the same level of personal responsibility for their lives that he is going to take on for his. When any person in life makes an adult choice, that is a free choice. A free choice has pros, it has cons. You may think there are better choices. You may think there are worse choices, but that does not eliminate the personal responsibility behind those choices. And each of the women you will hear from, they all had personal responsibility and the freedom to make the choices that they made. You will hear from these women. You will see these women. You will meet them. They will sit in that witness chair a few feet away, and you will evaluate them for yourselves. You will see that they are capable. You will see that they are strong, and you will see that they made free choices every single day for years. As you are listening to the evidence and you listen to them testify, I want you to ask yourselves, what are all the ways that this individual had the ability to make that choice? Ask yourselves, what are they getting from being with Sean Combs? They are not with him because they are stuck or because they are without a choice. The government will try to show you that Sean Combs is the only one getting something from each of the alleged victims who testify in this case. But with each of these individuals, ask yourself, what is this person getting? They're with him or they are working for him because they are getting something they want from being with him. Now, with each person, that something may be different, and it usually is. But with each person, they are all getting something. So as you listen to the evidence, watch closely to the role that jealousy plays in the case. We have talked to you, both of us already, about jealousy and how it is pervasive and present in every single relationship. But I want to also let you know it drives a lot of the choices that the alleged victims make here. Combs is one of those men that, I'll submit to you, we all know, the evidence is going to show that he is somebody who never married, but needed to always have a woman around him. He is a many-woman man. He has 7 children by 4 different women. And he's the kind of guy who is always in relationships. In fact, he was always in multiple relationships. But critically,
they really did that?
He was not
they really
always
made him
honest
look like
about
that
fact. And you'll find that even when women knew he was in multiple relationships, this would drive a primal jealousy in people. It would drive a lot of the choices you are going to see in this case. You are also going to see that Sean Combs is extremely jealous. You might think that it's hypocritical. You might not like it, but you are going to see that he is also extremely jealous. So as you're listening to the evidence and you're evaluating the testimony, ask yourself, what is causing that fight? The answer is without.
So him being jealous and coming off drugs gives him the right to put his hands on Cassie and other females? No.
Without exception, jealousy or drugs. The hitting, the things we are going to take responsibility for. It is typically because of jealousy or drug use. The role of jealousy here is critical and it's pervasive. The evidence will show you that over the course of the 20 years we will examine in this courtroom, we'll see the same women over and over. They remained in multi-year relationships with him, and I believe that you'll pretty much know about every relationship he's had over the past 20 years. Again, that's whether this is an employee or a girlfriend. You will pretty much know about every girlfriend he has had. You will see that these women are strong, capable, and they were in love with him. You will see that breaches of trust, infidelity, and jealousy are what drove the domestic violence you will hear about. You will see that alcohol and drugs played a major role in his temper. The evidence is going to show you a very flawed individual.
Here we go.
But it will not show you a racketeer, a sex trafficker, or somebody transporting for prostitution. So as we said, you're going to hear from 2 women, Cassie and Jane. This case is, in large part, about his sexual relationships with these 2 women. And you're going to hear that they went to private hotel rooms to engage in what I expect some witnesses at this case to call the swingers lifestyle, which is essentially just a fancier terminology for threesomes by adults. Sometimes Combs partook in the sex with his girlfriend and the male escort, and other times he watched while the male escort was having sex with his girlfriend. You heard the government call these freak-offs. I expect you will hear that. I expect you will also hear them called parties and entertainment. You will hear from both Cassie and Jane about these nights. They will testify about their relationships, and you will hear things that should never be heard in a federal courtroom. I think you've heard that already. You've heard things that may make you feel uncomfortable at first, that he liked to watch this. You might hear about his kinky sex or his preferences for sex that may make you uncomfortable and may not be what—
I know there's been a lot of uncomfortable stuff in the trial. It is, yeah, someone asked, it's 8 men and 4 women on the jury, I believe.
You like to do in your bedroom. But
So
you
more
are not
men
here
than
to
females.
judge him for his sexual preferences. You are not here to judge him for all
Oh,
purposes.
was I wrong?
You are
Is it
here
6
to
women
evaluate
and
whether
6
the
men? I thought it
government can
was—
prove beyond a reasonable doubt what they actually charge
You guys
him
might
with.
know better
They
than me.
cannot. You've also heard that in his
I don't know if
relationships
that's
with
true.
both
It's just
Cassie
what I
and
found
Jane,
online.
he bought them things. Yes,
What
like
do you know
every
for
relationship,
sure?
they got
I
things
believe
from
you.
their boyfriend. Here, a wealthy rapper paid for their housing. He paid for Cassie's car and he gave them money. These are nice houses that he paid for. It was a nice car that Cassie drove. And there were nice vacations on private planes because he is a wealthy individual. These were vacations that they took together as couples.
Okay.
And as I've said, like in every relationship, there was jealousy and there were flaws. But as you evaluate the evidence in this case, remember that he is
wasn't
not
about
charged with
jealousy,
being a
ma'am.
flawed individual
Maybe it
or
has
having a
something to
flawed
do with it.
relationship. They did not stay with him over and over again because of force, fraud, or
I think Diddy was very used to beating on females.
coercion. The evidence in this case will show you that over and over again, day after day, these women fought to be in a relationship, fought to do what they wanted to do in consensual adult relationships. This case started with Cassie, so I think it's best for me to start there. I expect you will hear from her this week. She will sit in this witness box and she will tell you about her 11-year relationship with Sean Combs. You heard that they met when she was an up-and-coming artist. What you didn't hear is that she had a boyfriend at the time, and he was in a very public relationship with the mother of 4 of his children named Kim Porter. After the two fell in love and started dating, she broke—
I think the more men on the jury does play that might be in Diddy's favor. Maybe.
broke up with her producer boyfriend, but Combs, for his part, did not break up with Kim. He remained in a public relationship with her, and that is something that caused extreme jealousy with Cassie.
I don't mean
He
to,
continued
like,
that relationship with Kim Porter until her
saying
tragic,
anything about
untimely
men in
death from
general, but-
pneumonia in 2018. This is important because as you look at the evidence and as you evaluate Cassie and Combs' relationship, you will see that their fights, their cheating, their jealousy is typically surrounded his cheating or it surrounded hers. This is something that plagued their relationship until the very last day. The evidence will show you that he was extremely jealous of Cassie's actual or perceived infidelities, and she was uncontrollably jealous of his. This led to a toxic relationship between 2 people that I expect the evidence will show deeply, deeply loved each other. Perhaps they did not always show love to one another the way you would with your partner, but they were in a relationship and she was not being trafficked. You will see that over and over again in this decade-long relationship. These 2 fought about his inability to
10
remain
years.
faithful. I expect Cassie to tell you about the jealousy of Kim Porter and another girlfriend that he started dating in 2014 named Gina. This jealousy is something that plagued their relationship, even the day of the Intercontinental video in the elevator bank that much of you told us during—
No, they didn't just try to say that Cassie was jealous of Gina. Gina's beautiful, but come on now. Come on now.
jury selection that you saw. That day, unfortunately, jealousy was on full display. And in combination with the bad drugs that I expect Cassie to testify that Combs took, it led to domestic violence in the elevator bank. This assault happened almost 10 years ago, on March 5th of 2016. I expect that we are going to see this video many, many times throughout this trial. You are going to see it later today, and I expect—
Why was J-Lo holding a firearm for him all the way back in those
you to
days?
see it many more times throughout this week. You're going to see it a lot, but I want to start by saying 2 things. First, what Combs did to Cassie on this videotape is indefensible. It is horrible. It's dehumanizing. It's violent. It's virtually every bad word you can think of. And while it's dehumanizing and violent and terrible, The second most important thing is that it is not evidence of sex trafficking. It is evidence of domestic violence. You will see that it is also evidence of the central theme in this case, which is jealousy. As you watch it later today, and as you watch it throughout the week, I want you to look for two things. The first part is Cassie walking out of a hotel room, walking down the hallway. She's carrying 2 bags, and you see that she makes it to the elevator, and then Combs comes down wearing only a towel. He pulls Cassie by the hoodie and she falls to the floor. He kicks her in the backside and he stomps on the back of her leg and he starts to drag her by her hoodie back to the hotel room. You will see him walk away momentarily with her bags, and you will see this. Then he comes back around and walks toward her, and she is kind of in the left part of this screen. When he comes toward her, he has nothing in his hand, and when he walks away from her, you will see an illuminated phone in his hand. He wanted this phone, and he got it. Please understand that this video is overwhelming evidence of domestic violence, but it's overwhelming evidence that this domestic violence is over a phone and not because of sex trafficking. What causes a fight over a phone? We can all use our life experiences to show us that. Phones keep the secrets of infidelity.
So scary,
and you will hear that there was another fight even later that year, again, about a phone. I'm not justifying the assault, not by a long shot, but I'm putting it in proper context because you will see that as soon as he gets the phone, he sits down. He's visibly disgusted. He broke a vase and he threw flowers and stayed away. The video has a second part. Cassie calls security from the hotel phone. The security officer comes to the floor, and I expect you will hear from him later today. Combs is sitting in the chair slumped over. He's holding his head in his hands, and the security officer tells him to leave the public area of the hotel where they are making a commotion. You will see Cassie turn to Combs and gesture to her, and pay attention to the words that I think you will hear her say to him, which is, "Get back to the room." 2 parts. Both of them important, and both of them important to show that Combs assaulted Cassie. But you can't stop there because he is not charged with assault. Is it because of sex trafficking, as the government is going to argue to you? Or is it because of something else? I expect the evidence, even just this week, will show you that the fight was over a phone. These two stayed together 2 more years after this incident. And to understand how and to understand why is to understand how this relationship ended. You'll hear that. Even into 2018, these two were fighting to stay together. But the evidence will show you that in the summer of that year of 2018, she woke up to a gossip site that showed a photo of Combs and Gina, the same woman who he had started having an affair with in 2014, or a relationship with, I should say, walking out of the Standard Hotel together. Cassie could not come back from it. She could not give him another chance, and instead, she made the choice, as she often did, when he was caught in public with Gina, to break up with him and date another man. For Cassie, she made a choice every single day for years, a choice to stay with him, a choice to fight for him. Because for 11 years, that was the better choice. That was her preferred choice. And so she made the choice to stay with him until one day she decided she was going to break up with him because that was her preferred choice. So it's important for you to remember as you evaluate the evidence, because she was not coerced to continue to engage in this sex life with Sean Combs. When she made the decision to leave, there were no repercussions, as the government hinted. She made the choice to leave. She communicated it to him, and she ran into the arms of another man, a physical trainer who Combs had hired to train her. So I will ask you, ladies and gentlemen, pay close attention to the messages, the real-time communications between these two individuals, and the messages surrounding their breakup. Does Combs release the videotapes the government was just talking about? No, he doesn't. You will hear that the government raided 2 of his homes. You've already heard that over a year ago. They seized countless electronic devices. The only freak-off videos you will see or hear about at this trial came from her devices that she kept for 5 years. So when the government talks about power and control, who had the power? Who had the control? The government did not find any freak-off videos with Cassie on those devices. And so going back during the time of Cassie and Combs' breakup, Cassie is already dating her now husband. She is with him for months as she is breaking up with Combs, all while telling Combs she still loves him. And then in November of 2018, Kim Porter tragically passes away from pneumonia. Knowing that Combs would be distraught and wanting to be there for him, she did everything she could to be there. She came to memorial service at his home. She flew to Kim's home state of Georgia to be at the funeral. Don't lose sight of the fact that amidst a breakup, all the way at the end of 2018, she flew to a funeral service to be there for him and support him and his family during this trying time of their life. And at the service at their home, Combs, to a group of loved ones, former employees, and others, and to many people on social media who were paying respects, said, and I quote, "Kim was my soulmate." In Cassie's presence for everyone to hear, he said, "She was my soulmate." The end of the relationship between Cassie and Combs is important, and I want you to focus on the evidence of how and why it ended. When Combs publicly said Kim Porter was his soulmate to all the people around him who were there, for the first time maybe ever, Cassie realized all the things she would not be. I expect many witnesses at this trial to tell you she wanted to be Combs's wife. I expect she may even tell you that. That is what she spent 11 years trying to get. And in one day, it became clear to Cassie she was never going to get that. And if she was never going to be Combs's wife, if she was never going to be the love of his life, then she would leave. And that is what she did on her terms, her choice, for reasons that for her were the right reasons. This is where bringing personal experience to this jury matters. This is something we have all been through. That one life event you can point to where you can say, that is when I knew it was over. Because that is what this was for her. Because this was a relationship, although toxic at times, like every other relationship, it was not based on coercion. It was not based on force. At a certain point, you know you're not going to get what you need from the other person, and you leave. After Kim's funeral, they never saw each other again. The very first time that this former couple will see each other after 6.5 years of a breakup is in this courtroom later today or tomorrow. We are all going to witness their closure, and that is because she moved on with her life and he moved on with his. You will see that she married the trainer. She had 2 children with him, and she's pregnant with her 3rd, and Combs also moved on with his life. As you listen to her testimony, as you read her,
she's like, don't worry about her. She's fine. She's married to the trainer that Diddy paid for.
Messages closely. Evaluate what Combs's intent was at the time. Evaluate what he understood, what she wanted during those 11 years that they spent together. What he understood, I expect the messages to show you, was that she was a willing participant in their sex life. That was a voluntary adult choice by 2 capable adults. What Cassie may testify to this week, 6 years after a breakup, is not a match for the real-time evidence that you will have. The real-time text messages, I urge you to read. Evaluate his intent, which is the only thing that matters here. The government also talked to you a lot about Jane. She is the other woman that the government alleges Combs sex trafficked. She was his girlfriend of 3 years, and she comes into his life several years after the Cassie breakup. I think you will find in the evidence, is a little bit different in 2020 and 2021 than he was when dating Cassie. And I think the most important reason you will see is that he was more upfront about his dating life. Rather than saying that he was only dating one person, he was very upfront with Jane. I expect her to tell you that he was dating multiple different women. However, as I started my opening statement, this did not stop the jealousy. Jane's relationship with Combs was plagued by jealousy. Their relationship was not the 11-year public romance that Combs and Cassie had. The problem is that Jane wished it was. The government told you that their relationship was not public. You are going to hear from Jane why that was. There are many different reasons why that was. And so after a period of time, their relationship became primarily sexual. Jane is also older than Cassie was when she started dating him and was living her own life in a different state raising her child. She is a capable, strong adult woman. And you're going to hear, as I expect that you've already heard, that pretty soon after her relationship with Combs started, he brought up the idea of whether she would want to have sex with another man, again, like a consensual threesome. And Combs could watch. She agreed, and they went to a private hotel room away from his employees, away from family. Wow. And I expect she will testify that she enjoyed that night. She laid down on the couch after and said to herself, like, wow, I can't believe I just did that. And you will see that Combs really began to love these hotel nights with her. And I expect that she will testify that she began to do everything possible to make these nights incredible for Combs. That includes finding the best male entertainment to join them, to wear the outfits he would find the sexiest and saying all the things during these nights that would excite him. I expect she will testify she did this because she loved him. She was desperate to spend time with him, to be with him, and ultimately to give him something none of the other girlfriends that he was dating at the time were giving him. She will tell you that she tried many times to change the tenor of the relationship from one of a purely sexual nature to something maybe deeper or more meaningful. I'm not sure exactly how she will put that to you, but she will testify that it always came back to what they would call parties, which were these nights in hotel rooms. And the evidence will show you that she did it over and over again for 3 years because she made the choice. And this became their time together. This became their sex life. And I expect that she will testify that she realized that if she didn't have these hotel nights with Combs, they may not get their alone time together, which is the time she so deeply craved. I will expect she will tell you that she kept coming back over and over again because she did it for the affection. She did it for the love, for the cuddle, because she knew it would make him happy. And she wanted more than anything to make him happy. She was unable to resist him emotionally, and her desire to be with him outweighed all other considerations of hers. The government told you about a phone call they had in November of 2023. I expect the evidence will show you that even after this phone call, she continued. She flew out to see him many more times and continued willingly engaging in these nights. The evidence is going to show you a toxic and dysfunctional relationship between these two individuals, and you may think to yourself, wow, he's a really bad boyfriend. But the evidence is going to show you that she is a capable, strong woman who willingly engaged in their sex life so they could spend time together. That is simply not sex trafficking. I expect her to testify that she was a willing participant, and being a willing participant in your own sex life is not sex trafficking. I expect her to also testify that there were nights she engaged in the sex because she hoped she could turn their relationship from one of a more sexual relationship into something more. And she will testify that if she walked away, she would have lost him. That is not something she was willing to do. And as I said, you will see her jealousy on full display at this trial. And you will see that she was willing to engage in these nights with Combs. And then she would be on social media after, and she would see he was with another one of his girlfriends, either out to dinner or traveling, and she would send messages with regret afterwards. These are born out of jealousy, which was the root of their troubles. And regret does not mean that she was coerced. Her jealousy drove her to make the moves that she made. As I said, every single witness in this case had free choice to make the choices that they made. The jealousy of other women in Combs's life was one of hers. Seeing the other women that he would be on social media posts with or otherwise drove her to try to be in first place and made her more desirous of their time together. This was the way to get there, and the evidence will show you that that is simply not a crime. The government also told you about a night a year ago when Jane hit Combs. Once again, as I said, this was a night born out of jealousy. You will hear, as you've already heard, that he also hit her back. But what you didn't hear was the start of the fight. She was overcome by jealousy that night. She slammed his head down on the kitchen counter. This is how the fight started. I do not want to justify that night. I do not want to justify the assault, but I simply am here to tell you that the evidence will show you that it starts because she slams his head on her kitchen counter. And you are also going to hear that less than a month or approximately a month after this assault, an incident of domestic violence at her home, she flew to Combs' home in Miami. She called an escort and had what I expect her to say was one of her best hotel nights that she was with one of their regular escorts. Now, during the testimony of both Cassie and Jane, I expect the government is going to put in a bunch of videotapes of the so-called freak-offs or hotel nights or wild king nights, however you would like to call them, into evidence. These videotapes depict what we've been telling you about Sean Combs, one of his girlfriends, and a man. These videos, we believe, are powerful evidence that the sexual conduct in this case was consensual and not based on coercion. But I want to say one thing to you now. Some of you may find them hard to watch. Not because they are violent, not because they are non-consensual, but because they were never meant to be seen by people outside of that room. They are, in one word, intimate. And they were always meant to remain that way. The reason these videos will be seen by you is because the government has chosen to take possession of these videos and to put them in evidence in a federal courtroom. Playing these videos will feel invasive, but the government has charged him with sex trafficking, and the evidence of the alleged sex trafficking is on these videos. This is why you will have to see them. You may hear about other women. The government told you about someone named Mia, for example. I urge you to pay attention to these other women's real-time communications with Combs. Ask yourself, why are they making these allegations now? What is their motive? You will conclude, like you will with every single other witness in this case, that everybody who testifies has a motive. With Mia, for example, I ask you to evaluate her motive when you listen to her testimony. What are the reasons she is saying what she might be saying now, what she never said before, and certainly never said when she first started cooperating with the government? This is someone you should evaluate her messages carefully, ones of unbelievable love for Combs throughout her employment. You are also going to hear from several other past employees of his. They will try to paint a picture for you of a hostile workplace. As I've said with nearly every single witness in this case, when these people testify, ask yourself, why did anybody, if they were so scared and if this was so hostile, ever call the police? Why not? I expect that the evidence will show you that the testimony against him, their former boss, for many, not all, is vindictive, or they are being subpoenaed to give it. Like every other witness, ask yourself, what is the something? What is the reason they stayed? You will find with every single person, they had a something. So when you hear from the witnesses who testify here, who will tell you they were victimized, and you ask yourself, what is their motive? For many of them, the answer is simple: money. This critical case started because of Cassie, not because she went to law enforcement with her allegations, but because she filed a public lawsuit against Combs in November of 2023, at this time when she was having financial trouble and living in her parents' modest home in Connecticut with her family. Rather than go to law enforcement about what had allegedly happened to her, she went to a civil lawyer who is here today. I expect that this trial, from nearly every witness that you hear from, they will tell you that instead of going to law enforcement after either their employment ended for the alleged victims, they went to a civil lawyer for a money grab, they will claim that they were so afraid of this man that they could, of course, not go to the police because he was so powerful. But they were not so afraid that they could not go to civil lawyers to make money demands against him. Demands for unbelievable amounts of money, more money any of us have ever made. Cassie, for example, will tell you that she first made a demand on Combs for $30 million. Another witness will tell you that in a breach of contract case, she made a demand for $22 million. And as you listen to these witnesses, and there will be many, as the prosecutor told you, who made civil demands against him, I want you to ask yourself, how many millions of reasons does this witness swearing to tell the truth and nothing but the truth have to lie? How many hundreds of thousands of reasons does this witness swearing to tell the truth and nothing but the truth have to lie? Will you really believe that these people who have demanded an unimaginable amount of money from Mr. Combs would have traded all of that not to be abused? Because if that is the case, I submit that you will reconsider, why did they never go to law enforcement? So in closing, the evidence will be framed to prove from the government. They will attempt to prove racketeering influence and Corrupt Organizations Act charge, 2 sex trafficking charges, and 2 prostitution charges. The evidence you will hear at this trial will not make out any of them. The conspiracy charge is that Combs allegedly committed 2 counts of acts of kidnapping. 1 count of arson, a bribery, an obstruction of justice, forced labor, and drug trafficking. I'm going to take these briefly in turn, and then I'm going to ask you to evaluate the evidence by the witnesses who will testify on these acts. First, he did not commit any of these acts. In terms of the alleged bribery and the obstruction of justice, this relates to the Intercontinental Hotel incident that we talked about this morning. You will hear, as you already did, that he paid money to a security guard at the Intercontinental so the footage would go away. This was solely related to preventing bad publicity for both Combs and Cassie, and had nothing to do with obstructing a law enforcement investigation. No law enforcement investigation existed, period. That is a requirement. And so evidence will show you he simply did not commit those acts. As to the kidnappings and the arson, I submit that you are not going to find there were any kidnappings, and he was simply not involved in the alleged arson. The government told you that the kidnappings relate to one employee who I'm telling you the evidence will show worked for Combs for almost a decade. As you listen to her testimony and evaluate, was this person actually kidnapped? I expect the evidence is going to show you that even after the criminal investigation into Combs started, she asked to work for him again 12 years after her employment ended, 12 years after she claimed she had been kidnapped the last time. No more than a decade after these kidnapping acts, and so the evidence is going to show you that he simply did not commit them. As to the drug trafficking, I submit the evidence is going to show you that the drugs are personal use drugs for him and at times the woman he was with. Those drugs have nothing to do with an enterprise. As to the forced labor, you will see that Combs worked hard. His employees worked hard, but they were there to do something great and novel for his lawful businesses. It was not forced. Being there was an adult, free choice like everything else in this case. Second, the RICO conspiracy requires a group effort, even if the group is 2 people, and there will be no evidence of that. So as you are listening to the evidence, ask yourself, who is Combs actually conspiring with to violate the Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization Act? The answer will be no one. Finally, the last of the charges I will talk to you about are the 2 counts that charge him with causing interstate travel for the purpose of prostitution. For him to be guilty, I expect the judge will tell you that he had to intentionally engage in what he knows to be prostitution. What the evidence is going to be is that he was paying different men for their time and inexperience. Think about the pornography industry, for example. Actors in pornographic movies are paid for their time and generally they have sex. Otherwise, it wouldn't be pornography. You'll also hear about many companies. I expect you'll hear from one later today called Hunkomania, a company called Cowboys for Angels that advertise online across the country where you can pay money for time and an experience. These escort companies are common and they do not advertise themselves as money for sex. They advertise themselves as money for time and money for an experience. And that's what Sean Combs was doing. He was paying money for that experience. So in closing, I ask you once again to listen carefully to all of the evidence. You are not here to judge or impose your moral beliefs onto this man. You are here as a jury of his peers to determine whether the government can meet its burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these crimes. You will hear the evidence. When you go back into the jury room and evaluate the evidence in light of the crimes that are actually charged here, you will return the only verdict that the evidence demands, that he is not guilty of these crimes.
Wow. That's intense. That's intense. Thank you guys for being here. Okay, I'm tired. We're going to call it a night. I've been live for like 5 hours. Tomorrow, after lunchtime, I'm in California time. So like 1 PST, my time. We're going to continue recapping Diddy. And then we're going to do Karen Reed marathon. So buckle down. I have to get caught up on Karen Reed. So I have like 5 days to go through. So thanks for hanging out. I always love doing the Melly After Darks. So much fun. Always have so much fun. Of course, yeah. Thanks for being here. I'm behind them. I'm behind. I think I'm on like day 10 or something. But I'm determined to get caught up. So it'll have to be tomorrow and Sunday. But I also have other true crime deep dives. So I'm like, I don't know. But definitely getting caught up on the rest of the Diddy stuff tomorrow. And then Karen Reed. And then maybe a Melly After Dark. I don't know. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. Thanks, Bam, for being here. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.